Hello, everybody. So I'm just waiting for some peeps to come in. So I'm going to try to start doing this weekly. I really miss the Workbench podcast. That was fun. I might try to reach out to some of the people and see if they'd like to do something with me on the Fridays here. You know, that it kind of unceremoniously ended, so I kind of want to get back into that. I enjoyed that quite a bit. So first thing we're going to do here is I'm just kind of seeing if some people will jump in, and we're going to look at the weekly announcement. And so we'll start with that. I'll also probably go into where you can get some of these builds or see who's making these builds that you can see in the live stream or in the weekly update. Sorry, getting all my words confused here. Just getting set up here, and I'll be with you guys momentarily. Let's see if we can get a couple people in the stream before. All right, so let's go ahead and we will start this by looking at the weekly update. So this weekly update is titled The Critical Fix Update. So it's for Friday, July 21st, 2023. You can also look at my weekly update video. I put that out every week. You know, I pretty much just read. I'll go through the what do you call it? The patch notes. And so you can listen to it instead of having to read it. See a couple people in the chat there. How's it going? So first vehicle we're seeing here. So a lot of people almost weekly ask where can they download these builds? Just because a build is on the the weekly update does not mean that it is released to the workshop and you can download it. If we go ahead and here is the official tab, the official Stormworks Discord. Go to Vehicle Showcase. At the very top, you'll see Vehicle Showcase for creations made in Stormworks. Images, messages only. Images may be used in announcements. Hey, Citrus, how's it going? So that's where they're getting these pictures. It says images may be used in announcements. A lot of people complain that, the devs should be crediting who made the build. The problem is this, they have explained this many times, is the reason the devs do not credit the screenshots is, for example, let's say I put one of my builds in the workshop. Somebody downloads my build, they go do something cool with my build, and they're like, oh, I'll put a cool picture on the official Discord, and they put it in Vehicle Showcase, and the devs give them credit for my work. So that's why the devs do not credit it weekly. There are people like Phil in the community. Every week, Phil in the comments to the Steam video will put credits. So I will not put any credits in the comment of the video, but I'll do it on like the weekly podcast if I do continue this as a weekly podcast, which I'd like to. I miss the Workbench podcast. I'd like to invite some people and do that. So as you can see, it did not take that much scrolling up. Generally, the devs will take the pictures on the Friday. Usually, the announcement comes out around noon Eastern. So would that be 4? So about 4 p.m. Zulu Greenwich Mean Time. And so if we go there, we can see here's the picture from the video. So there is the, there is from the Discord. And if we click over, there is the picture from the weekly update. So yay, we found it. I highly recommend do not harass the people making these. Gentle, hey, are you planning on releasing that is often fine, but harassing people, I had somebody harass me in the stream the other day for my build, asked about 5 times in about a 3-minute span, and then was getting annoyed that I wasn't answering them quickly enough as I was doing other things. That's the quickest way for people to say, I'm not releasing anything. So, keep that in mind. Don't harass these people. The best thing to do is support their build, give it a heart or whatever, and they know that you appreciate it, and that's more likely to come out. So, this is what I highly recommend to do if you're trying to look for these. Before we do that, we see another picture here. Let's go back to the weekly update if I can find what tab. Here it is. If we scroll down, there's the next picture. So the devs weren't necessarily all that. It looks like they picked 2 in a row. So here's the other one. This is from Tristan right there. And let's look back. We'll finish the rest of the pictures before I show you how you can find that. So this is a bunch of SRS stuff here. I think this one's from Chris M. I know that. This one I believe is Carnival's. So again, this is another reason why the devs are not crediting the screenshot because, people will think that's the person that made the work. So this one I believe, and this is off the top of my head, I go to SRS and I see who posts these. I think this is Chris M's. I think this is Carnival's. I'm not sure who built this one. So again, if somebody posted this picture and you credited, say, Carnival with the 3 builds on the weekly update, somebody might be looking for this one and bugging Carnival for it. Well, he made this one. He didn't make this one. So that's the kind of the thing that you need to keep in mind is, that's why the devs don't do it necessarily. So let's go back and tabs and tabs and tabs here. I'm trying to find it. I've got like 900 tabs open here. Let's see if I can find the tab I'm looking for. Okay, so we're back in the vehicle showcase here. And so, do we have any more pictures? I can't remember if we have. Oh, yeah, the Carnival one. I haven't seen the Carnival one yet. So scroll up. That one's a Mr. G for my competition. Check out Mr. G's Corvette. He released that, I believe, today. That's for the competition Echo. So again, scrolling up here, just looking for pictures. Here it is right here. So it was posted by Chris M. I believe this one is his, and that one's Carnival again. So that's why the devs aren't crediting. Let's check and see if there are any more pictures here. Nope, that's it. So those are the 3 screenshots there. It does not take long. Often in the discussions underneath the weekly video, you get like 1,000 people asking, where can I get that X? Where can I get that boat? Where can I get that plane? And they don't look too comments up where somebody actually says it's a whip, which is work in progress. A lot of people don't know that's what that is, work in progress, which means it's not done yet. And so, keep that in mind. Here's another one for my weekly challenge. That's from Chicken Soar. So that one looks good. I look forward to checking that one out for the Echo. So if you actually want to see if these are in the workshop, you can do a little work yourself. This is from FJ Warner. Come up here to search from FJ. There it is right there, FJ Warner. Click on FJ Warner. This will show everything FJ Warner has posted to this Vehicle Showcase channel. As you can see, you can scroll down. Released the Centaur there on about 9 days ago. And if you look, so you can kind of see a pattern here. Okay, look, a lot of pictures from that build. A lot of pictures from that build. I believe FJ also released this one. But we'll often put the release there. So instead of bugging somebody and, sending FJ 5,000 comments, which I'm sure he's going to get 5,000 DMs asking for the ship, asking for the ship, asking for the ship, have a little patience, wait. Most likely they'll put a link. And if they don't, guess what? You're not entitled to somebody else's work. They can come and they can share something they're proud of. They may want to keep it private. That's perfectly fine as well. So those are the 3 pictures from the video. So this one I believe is built by FJ. We will not know for sure. I'm pretty damn sure until FJ releases it, and then we'll see, all the credits for that. This one is Tristan. I don't know if Tristan puts their stuff on the workshop. I have watched quite a bit of their work. I like seeing their screenshots in here. And then I believe this one's a work in progress is my assumption. I believe Carnival releases. I'm not 100%. Again, these are SRS. Guess what? Go to the SRS tab, and you can see some of these here. So like this right there is the is that one, and then you can check the vehicle showcase, and again you can do the same trick over here from user Chris. I think this is actually them. Yep, there it is. So you can see all their posts, and you can see if there's any links. So I really like this one. This one is cool. Chris does really good truck work. I believe Chris does is a truck driver IRL. So thought let people know where you can find these. It's a constant weekly thing many times in the discussions. Where can I get this build? Where can I get this? Most of them are probably works in progress. They don't go to the workshop and grab these pictures. They go to the vehicle showcase. So they could be released, they could not. So let's go ahead and read through. This week is minor update week. We are branding this update as the critical fix update, as we have fixed a crash issue that was the most common crash for most players. We expect this update to greatly reduce crashes in Stormworks for many. Again, for many. So people are already complaining in the comments that this didn't fix their crash, and so crap, crap, crap. So the comments are generally very negative. So this is another cool one from Tristan. We've also improved the physics sensor. This is big for me. I just started putting some physics sensor in some of my creations, and so what was having to happen is I don't know how this works. They're called Euler, and so it's a way of doing coordinates, or yeah, it's a way of doing coordinates that you then have to put it through a formula to convert it into usable data. And so that was driving people nuts. And so that's what they did. So they said, we have also improved the physics sensor with extra output data. After releasing the physics sensor, some players, I think a lot of players, asked for this, for output in a slightly different format. So we have now added this to help with making certain microprocessors. This format relates to how angles are measured. Again, this was, I believe, part of the coordinates or the tilts, and it made it really difficult. You had to go in there and you had to put in a bunch of formulas, which every time you have to put something through a formula, it could add up to a delay. And so it was annoying a lot of people, I would say more than some. But this is definitely a welcome thing. Again, people could be negative, oh, you should have done this the first time, but they listened to the community and they gave us something we've asked for. So again, if they get a slap every week, that's not how it works. You got to give them a pat on the back whenever they do something good. And this is something good. I appreciate that. They'll talk more about this in the patch notes. Otherwise, this update is a series of other fixes, which are mostly minor. Thanks to everybody who gave feedbacks to last week's announcement. So, recap for last week's announcement. Last week's announcement was essentially they were asking, do you want more fixes? Do you want more parts? You know, do you want a mix? Stuff like that, I believe. And so, again, I think part of this is cover your ass. I think they already have the plan, what they want to do, which is fine. It's their game. It's their company. They should do what they want to do. They don't need, 4,000 bosses. And so, but this gives them a little cover. They can say, hey, people asked for this. So we hope these fixes help, and we continue working on more minor updates as well as the other stuff we wrote about last week. Much love, Stormworks developers. So let's go through the patch notes really quick. This is add protective code to address recent crashing issues related to oil spill data. This has not affected me. I have yet to get an oil spill. And so I haven't had anything to deal with this, but people have been saying, essentially, I think what's happening is the oil is spilling out and thinning out so thin that it's everywhere, and it is causing a lot of resource problems and crashes. This is a good one here. Physics sensor angular velocity calculation updated and added additional tilt compass outputs. So tilt and compass outputs is awesome. I just started putting a physics sensor because Basilicious's panels that I often use now use a physics sensor, and so I wanted to convert a bunch of my stuff to physics sensors, and so now, for example, I still had to put a compass in there. Now tilt and compass are added to the physics sensor, so instead of having 28 sensors on your craft, which can, especially for small craft, is difficult to fit in there, they're now on the physics sensor, which is a welcome update. Good one on you devs for that. Crash when teleported by an add-on while on workbench. Get vehicle position damage now works with sub-bodies, returns correct voxel transformation. Chaff clouds not spawning multiplayer. Flashlight rendering in photo mode. Updated high-end garage mission zone survivor transform. Disabled broken blue van mission locations. And we will not go into the negative city here. All right, good. So let's go into the game. And I'm gonna work on some builds here. I want to get this one out, so let's take a look at this one. So this is my mini truck. I was getting ready to try to refill my fuel in the Cap Air because let's quickly save this and I'll go to the map and show you guys. So Cap Air, I don't want to have to be tankering stuff in Cap Air. That's, I don't mind ferrying fuel in the tanks of the airplane, but I don't want to actually have to launch a boat and move fuel. So what I'm going to be able to do is right here you have a diesel gantry just north of Spy Cakes. Buy for $2, which is pretty cheap. And so one of my bases is Draymore. So what I can do is I can drive the little mini truck up here, get fuel, and then fill the base. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's helpful there. And so I started trying to figure out what vehicle I was going to use for this. This was not finished, and it Need some TLC, but this is going to be one of my, yeah, my favorite. I love mini trucks. I really want to buy a Honda Acti, but this one, like I said, this one looks more Hino. I think it's the like the slope of the windshield. The Actis I think have a flatter windshield. I'll bring up a picture of an Acti and Hino. But Acti is my favorite. They're not legal to buy new ones in the U.S., but you can buy 20-year-old ones. There's a law in the U.S. that you can import things after 20 years. And so this is a Honda Acti. This is what I want. But these are cool little vehicles. They have I believe is that a flat? No, I think it's an inline 3-cylinder, like 600cc little engine. It's actually in behind the cab under the bed, so it's right back here. And they're actually really good off-road. They have 4-wheel drive. They have front locking and rear differentials, which like you can do so much, even in like really snowy, terrible, icy conditions, if you just have a locking differential. So it has I think it has front and rear locking diffs. I'm not 100%. I might be thinking of the Jimny. I love a Jimny too. If the Jimny came to the U.S., I'd buy it tomorrow. But so it has a 4-wheel drive case, and then it has, I think, locking diffs. And so they're super cool, man. They're not very safe. They wouldn't pass any safety stuff, but it's right-hand drive. They're very, part of the problem is like your legs are right here. So if you got in a crash, it's going to crush you. Where a lot of the reason why you have, especially in modern cars, the big hood is that is all a crumple zone now. Hey, how's it going, Mountain View? So if you were to hit, say, a tree or another car, the engine is designed to fold down and everything's designed to crumple in a way that it absorbs the energy so you don't get smushed. And these, of course, don't have that. But these are super cool, man. They have, you can drop all these panels. You just unlatch, and they come down. So it's like a flatbed. And you can have a forklift come up, put a pallet on it, close these back up. They're just super cool. I would love one. Let's see which one. Citrus, you're talking about the Hino, right? I might be thinking of the Daihatsu. Like, this is a newer one. So they start to import these after 20 years because it's a pain to... you have to convert the VIN over. Like, this is the difference between... That looks like a F250, F350? F350. So that's like an F350 versus this. So I really want one of these. I want a manual as well. It's hard to get manual trucks anymore. Let me see if I can find, does Hino have mini trucks? This one actually is a lot bigger than a mini truck, mine, because, yeah, see, it looks kind of like those larger Hinos. But mini trucks are cool. Like, mine in-game is much bigger just because, like, it's hard to... the seat is the limiting factor. It's hard to shrink down the seat. But these are really cool. They import them a lot now, and you can get them for pretty cheap, like $8 grand. They're 20 years old. They usually don't have a ton of miles because what they'll use these for, to my understanding, is a lot of times in cities in Japan. So it's delivery vehicles. So you can easily move these around the city. They're inexpensive to run. They have small motors. Don't use a ton of fuel, so you can like go make a delivery. And so often delivery vehicles like take decades to get a lot of miles on. For example, some of the delivery cars, for my work when I was a delivery driver, they'd have like 300,000 miles on them, and they'd be like 20 years old. So it'd take them a long time to accumulate the miles. So my plan is I'm going to finish this one up and release it to the workshop. So what have I done today so far? So I redid the gearing. This was before I did the chassis. So I was going to start using a chassis and rebuild it. But instead of doing that, all I did was this one is actually, so my chassis is a 6-cylinder. This is a 3-cylinder. And that should make sense to you if I just said that the Acti is a 3-cylinder. So this one's a 3-cylinder. And so the Acti is a 3-cylinder. And the Acti, the motor is back here. So it's not a copy by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a little mini truck, 3-cylinder motor in there. It actually moves like stink. And this one has some cool accessories. So if we grab, actually let me just double check, make sure I save this one. I've made some changes, so I want to make sure I have the current model. So kind of show this one off, and then I'll go and we'll do a little bit of this and that here. So let's actually, now that this is up and running, let's actually do this. It's saved. Let's load up the cap air save, and we'll actually go run and get some fuel because, like I said, I think it was a very positive change what the devs did, where you have to go get fuel. It forces you to do that. There was an option where you could make it so that it didn't spawn your vehicle with fuel, but you could always get fuel at your base. So now you have to think of the logistics, and I can understand people not liking it, but you could always throw in infinite fuel if you need to. But I kind of like it. Part of the thing that forcing restrictions on you is, at first you may dislike it, but then it's like, oh, now I have something else to do in game, like plan my fuel, or, oh, I wasn't going to go oil mining or oil drilling, but now that I kind of have to have a supply of fuel, I'm going to go do that, So it kind of forces it on you a little. Where are the... They're outside, I think, here. Are they outside? I can't remember where the fuel is in this one. They haven't populated yet. That's a known bug, but we can put it in the base. So let's go ahead and... So we're in the cap air save. Let's grab our latest mini truck. And so I have a module for this, which I'm going to modify in a second here. Let's see where we at here. Mini. So here is my mini truck tank. And so if we look at the back of the mini truck, it has a hardpoint connector there. And this allows me to put some modules in here, and they'll snap in. And so I need to modify this one. I'll modify it. Well, I'll modify it later. I just want to get the fuel in there, and then this will kind of tell me what I need to do. So currently, this is pump out, so this would pump, and the whole point is this is what I use for, like, when I went mining. If you watch those episodes of the career build series, when I went mining, I needed a services vehicle, and so this could come in with its tank and fill up the mining vehicles with fuel. So now this is just a simple pump in. I'll add a filter. I don't want this to get airlocked, so... One thing I really, 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 really hope the devs are going to do smart with this pressure update, and it's another reason I really like, one criticism I definitely agree with is they need to do a test branch. They should go to the Steam's betas tab. For those who don't know, there's a thing in Steam betas where you can, did I fill this? I got to make sure I didn't fill this with diesel. There is a... there it is. I want to make sure I'm not taking the diesel. I want to leave empty. So for a lot of games, there is a Steam beta tab. And so, for example, what they'll do is they'll put the next update. Let's say they release the update. Let's say they don't do tests, they don't do betas. But what they do is they make it so that you can roll back the version. So essentially, let's say the latest version of Stormworks, you're having bugs and you're not having a good time, and so you decide, okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the last version of Stormworks, and you can run the old version when you launch it. And so I think that would be helpful. But also, what they should do is the other way with Steam betas is it allows them to be able to... They can put out the next version of the game as a beta, and you only will get the update if you have betas enabled, and so you can go beta test it. And it's a good way to cover the devs so that, for example, let's say they put out a game-breaking bug, but it's only in the betas. Well, guess what? You accepted that beta versions may not be stable, and so they can say, hey, man, you just deselect betas and go back to the other version, the live version, and then it can be tested, and they can actually get some proper feedback from people saying, hey man, this thing's broken. Or for example, let's say they come out with this pressurization update. I gotta wait for the pumps to populate here. Sometimes you have to wait for the pumps to populate, so let me just put the parking brake on. If it caught, don't do this. Broke my ankle again. So the pumps haven't populated yet. Sometimes you can no-clip around, and that will get them to pop. But, anyway, so they could put, let's say they do the pressurization update, they put it into betas. One thing that's kind of scaring people about this pressurization update is that you're going to get air in your fuel tanks. And so let's say you drain all the air out, right? So what you need is essentially the ability for air to go in. That's a rush hole. So what it does is the air so when the fuel comes out, right, it needs to be replaced with air or it's going to crush the container. And and you'll actually see them if they don't open the relief valves on tankers, they'll actually implode. I might have to reload this save if it's not going to pop up. Let's sleep and see if that fixes it. And so a lot of people are afraid of that. So as the fuel comes out of your tank, you're now going to have a problem where where you're going to go and try to fill that tank, and you're not going to be able to get the tank full because there's going to be air in there. And so what they need to do, in my opinion, is they really need to make sure they have a small, compact method to do this. I'm going to reload the save. They really need a small and compact method to do this. So what they should do is just make it a block. And this would be my recommendation to the devs. You know that when we make custom tanks, we're going to use a fluid spawner most likely. And so, you know, even if we're going to fill the tank with water, we're going to use a fluid spawner. What I would recommend them do is make it as a checkbox on the fluid spawner, allow pressure equalization. And what it will do is it will allow the air to move in and out of the tank without adding an extra block. They could also do an equalization block, but that adds an extra block. So that would be my recommendation. So I have no pumps. This sucks. Let's try the other cap air. So some people have been saying this has happened to them, so. Yeah, people have been saying this has been happening and their pumps disappear. Sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't, but I just want to get this filled up. So that's a fear a lot of people are having with the pressurization update, that it'll make it harder to do compact stuff. Like if the part is small enough, that, you know, hopefully shouldn't be an issue. Let me read some chat while this is loading. How's it going, Mountain View? Yeah, it's really, oh, the boatyard, yeah. I really love the mini trucks. I'd love to get one. Yeah, of course they're not. Yeah, too wide. See, this is what I would love them to do. This is super simple and super easy for them. See, this is I got stuck on my plane. That's why cap air is not where I left it. So let's check in here. I'm going to look for tanks or for pumps. I have no pumps here either. Okay, that's fine. I'll start cap air over again. I won't worry about it. For some reason, I don't own this one. Let me go over here and see if it's a problem with if it's a problem at Draymore. Oh, God damn it! I'm just gonna try to, where are we at? Allow teleport. There we go. Yeah, I really like the mini trucks. They're not great on the highway because they only have 600cc motors and they are pretty slow. But you know, you don't really need to go on the highway. Like if it's your primary vehicle, you could be in trouble. Crap, my cap. I'm gonna have to start a new cap air save. Not the end of the world. We'll do that now. But you know, you really can't take the mini trucks on the highway because they'll go up like 50 miles an hour and they'll be screaming. You know, in certain countries you could. In the U.S. it's gonna be tough to do that. 1, 9, 2, 3. Let's do that. Career. Where's Dre Moore? I'll read some chat while this loads. So I'm just going to quickly get this going, and then I'll read some chat. All right, let's go. Enable add-ons, everything off. You guys need to watch me on this one. Make sure I don't screw this up. Default AI is all on. Missions off. Containers off. Creatures are off. We'll turn creatures on. I don't want the demon creatures, but I like seeing like the buffalo around. Dock ballers we don't need. Elevators can be off. Forest fires off. Landmarks off. Main mission zones off. Default mission locations. Natural disasters and oil spill missions adieu. I always do that even if I leave the checkbox off just in case. Transports no. Arid no. Natural disasters definitely off. Oil survey off. Railroad signals off. We'll turn those on. Maybe I'll do it's cap air, but maybe I'll do a train at some point, but who knows. There also, it adds a little bit of interest as you're flying around the railroad tracks. Trading missions, default tutorial, underwater mission zones, and weapons AI is off. Okay, good. So that is all good. Let's get that going. So I'm going to read some chat while this is going. Yeah, so okay, so two wide seats. So one thing I think the devs should do is they already have the padded seat. We Many of us like to take the padded seat and we'll make it look cool with microcontrollers and everything else. All they need to do, in my opinion, is make it so that the padded seat has a composite output like any other seat. And that would be awesome. That would allow us to make much more compact stuff. You know, we wouldn't have the steering wheel in front of us, but they could give us like a decorative steering wheel that is just like a decorative item and let us put in a padded seat. That way we could do 4 wide cars. Even stuff is tough to do, but you could still do a 5 wide car and have a center console. Like I have to do 5 wide cars. That's the 3 wide seat plus a 2 padded. So that's kind of a pain. All right. So, oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. I screwed up when I started the map. Resource storage. I didn't check resource storage. That's what screwed me up. That's what it was. So it's got to be default resource storage. Got rid of the pumps. Let's go in and let's see if I can edit the save. So I'll do this here. Let me find the files first. I don't want to go screen cap until I actually find the files. I wonder if that's what it is. I wonder if that's what other people have, because like I said, I almost never have that issue. I wonder if that's what people's issue is. I'm in the wrong folder. Saves. Okay. All right, I'll switch the display capture over. All right, so this is the cap air save. Let's see if we have one of my other saves. Scene, which one is this? This one is new player build series, so this one should work. So where are we at? Mission zones, oil survey, resource storage right here. Resource storage. Let's just try resource storage. Let's copy that line. I bet you Cap Air does not have resource storage. And that's probably what's screwing me up. So there's resource storage. Sometimes you can enter in the line and it will work. Sometimes it doesn't. So let's see if it works. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. I can. Did I save that? I think I did. I did. Okay. So let's try that. Yeah. So if they would just add a composite node to a 2 wide seat, that would be awesome. Yeah, that'd be cool to have a mini truck for the beach. Yeah, especially they're good off-road. You can some people put some fatter tires on them. Yeah, I saw those module citrus. Those are cool in your truck. Yeah, I think it's going to break a lot of stuff in the workshop, but I don't think it's going to be that hard to fix stuff. And I think, you know, for example, the people who only ever... Okay, they're not there. I don't think... Did this not fix it? I don't think this fixed it. Do I need trading too? That's the other question. All right, let's try this here. All right, let's go back here, and then let's do resource trading as well. It may need the actual pumps themselves, so I might have to fix more of this. Let's go like you. Let's try this, see if this fixes it. This may not work, and then... But I haven't progressed much in Cap Air, and Cap Air is mostly just cache, so I can give myself the cache. Yeah, it's going to break a lot of stuff in the workshop, but, you know, the only people that I think that... Well, not necessarily the only people. The main people that really affects is the people who only take things off the workshop and don't build anything themselves because they can't fix it themselves and they don't want to, and so they have a bunch of builds that other people made, and a lot of people are not inclined to go back. Once I put something in the workshop, I may not use it again. And so like when somebody's like, hey, can you update your builds to work? I'm like, I'm not going back to that. You know, like if it's something I'm using, I'm like, okay, I'll update the latest version of it. But if something that I haven't touched in like somebody asked me, hey man, this thing on this build isn't working. I'm like, dude, that is a 2-year-old build. I'm not going back to it. So it's like, you know, so it will break a bunch of stuff. It'll take some time, but you know, I'll go and I'll do tutorials when it comes out and figure the stuff out. No problem, Niv. That's fine. I don't know. That's not a problem. Thank you. There, Jason. This is the Isle of Niv. Are you talking about this island here? This one here? This is Donk. The Isle of Donk. Not the Isle of Badonkadonk. Alright, so I'm probably going to have to start a new cap air here. I don't see any pumps. I know where they are at FJ, so I'll fly down FJ. FJ is where I spend most... I gotta do it. Where I spend most of my time. So, teleport here and check it. If that's it, that's probably the issue. I'll make a new save. Yeah. Okay, trading. Yeah, I think it needs trading too. And I think sometimes, like, I can add that line. Yeah, that's what screwed it up. So it's all screwed up. I'll fix the save. So sometimes you can just add that line and it'll work. Sometimes it won't. Like, especially if it has dependencies, like if it needs to actually put the physical pump somewhere, it won't work adding it. So career, donk, 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 donk. Enable add-ons, all off. AI pass, default AI aircraft, mission zones, building missions, containers, creatures I want, delivery zones, dock bollards. I don't need dock bollards. Elevators off, landmarks, main mission locations. Get rid of that. Because if I have any of that, I'm gonna cry. Transport, disasters, oil survey, railroad signals. We'll turn those on. Resource storage and trading. Let's turn those two on. Okay. So let's hope that fixes it. But I really don't think that breaking things, like if they literally, for example, like if they did a buoyancy change, they would literally break every ship in the game. Literally would break every ship in the game. Like they could change it by like say 2% and people could deal. But like if they completely changed it, that is going to be, insanity. And so they can't really do that, but they should be able to. Is there a pilot hat? I can't remember. Pilot hat. There we go. See, this is another one. This is another one the dev's going to applaud for me for adding some of these parts because the like I for Cap Air, I was really looking for a proper pilot uniform, and I had to use other stuff. Now I have it, so that's another applaud from me from the devs. All right, so there they are. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and we'll save this as. I want to save over. Cap Air. What's today? 21? 7. All right. And let's go fix the file. The one I didn't want to delete, I just did. That's all right. I'll bring it up in a second here. Oh, come on, you. Oh, where are we at here? Saves. The new Cap Air scene. All right, and then we need, where is it? Creative menu true, which I should at this point remember. I do remember what to put in there, but it's still easier to paste it in than it is to write it out. And then the money's fine. We don't need a lot of money. I'm actually going to go up to 5 grand because I already did some on Cap Air. So we'll do that. Oh my God, I screwed up the save. I didn't add Stormlink. That's not helpful. Yeah, see, this is the type of thing that I think the devs can make something quick and easy, something short, that every week doesn't even need to be every week, every other week. For example, last week was announcement week. This week, they didn't give us any new parts. This is essentially announcement week, but they did ask us if they wanted us to screw ourselves by not having updates as often. Yeah, that's my opinion on it. But what they could do is, like you said, like you want a P coat. That's something that probably doesn't take all that long, right? They can. Did I make a career? No, it's supposed to be career. I want it career. It's supposed to be career. AI pass, AI default, mission zones, Arctic containers, creatures, bollards, fire missions, landmarks. Landmarks come on too now. Mission locations, bang, see ya. Bang, see ya. Storage trading. Railroad signals will come on. tutorial. I need to go to a workshop, and then I need Stormlink, Pasture Mod unofficial. All right. Let's read some chat here, and then people can tell me what I screwed up in the options again. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, you can ask that, like, Jace was saying, he asked if he could use it was like my coal collier and the steam shovel, and I was just like, I did it for the Jersey challenge. I don't think I even got into that challenge. That was my first one. I didn't get into it. And I played with it a little bit, but it was mostly for the challenge. It wasn't something I was going to use on my own. And then like I wasn't just going to go back and fix it. And so I was like, it's dead. You can use it if you want. And so that's why do I want containers on? Oh, it's the old Timothy's in here. Oh, hello, sir, with the happy tuna. Yeah, so like, what I started saying, I have not finished the cap airplane yet. So, for example, if you just watched the, which cap airplane, the twin engine, I have not released that. If you notice when I loaded the old cap air save, how the plane flipped, that was because I was in it, but I can't, that one has, the wheels are at such a small diameter, it is dragging the landing gear on the ground. So I fixed that. So I usually do quite a bit of testing before I'll release something. No, I do it in career, and then I put in the custom menu. So let's start that up. What are you up to there today? There, the Timothy with his fish. Yeah, I don't leave containers on because there's no point. I'm not going to do any container trading in this, and it's resource use. So Stormlink can really slow the game down if you have a lot of passengers awaiting pickup. They also add a lot of static buildings to Stormlink, so you end up with a situation where the game can slow way down, and I don't do any container trading on my cap air save, so there's no point in having the extra resource use. All right, let's fix the XML file. Yes, update, please. All right, so this should be good now, hopefully. Let's make sure that, where is it? Here it is, C program, Steam apps, workshop, content. This is that's the link for the Stormlink. All right, good. So that is good. Let's reload it. Oh, yep, creative menu's in. Let's reload that. Save. Read some chat. No, CG8379. I love those names. Those are always easy to say. Bunch of letters, bunch of numbers. New career mode? No, this is, I screwed up the cap air save. I didn't put any way to store my fuel, so I need it to fix it. So let's quickly do this. So, well, actually, we'll do a little cap air. So I need to fix it. Yeah, that's the thing is I think I often, that's one of the struggles I have when I'm making a challenge is like you could do something that's just like to teach you something or to make it so that you have to build something kooky, but at the end of the day, I want it to be useful. I want you to want to use your build. Like, I'll show you the challenges I've participated in. This isn't the right save to do it in, but here, I'll save this save. This one's working already, so let's go save this. Oh, get out of there, you devil. Yeah, so I'll show you all my challenge stuff that, like, I unfortunately, I missed Big Man's challenge. I just didn't see it. Big Man used to have a Discord that I belonged to, and then Big Man made a new Discord, and I forgot to click on the link for the new Discord, so I didn't realize Big Man was having a challenge until after it was over. I would have loved to participate in a challenge. I would love some challenges I can participate in. I used to love to do them, so that's kind of suckeroni that I didn't see that one. But that was the thing is like if you have to make something that has no use to you, it's like, okay, I'm going to build this thing. It's still a challenge. It's still fun, but then you don't use it and you're like, I'm never going to use this thing. So you're not going to put as much effort into it. Like if it's something that, like my favorite part of making a build is when you fall in love with it. You're like, oh my God, this build is so cool. And when you don't love your build, it kind of sucks. So You know, that's why I try to make them useful. So it's like instead of making something that's kind of goofy that has like a one use, I try to make them so that it's like, oh, this will be something you want to use. This will be something you can post in the workshop, and a bunch of people want to download your thing because it's not foolish. You know, so like I bet like Mr. G's is probably getting a ton of downloads now. He's advertised a bunch. And it's a car you can use. It's a cool car you can drive around the game. So that's useful. Some of the trucks that have been released, like Citruses and stuff, has modules you can tow with it. What else can you do? Haul fuel with it. So that's a useful build. So people are going to want to download it, and you're going to want to use it. And so I think that's a lot better. Yeah, Niv, the Twin will be likely released soonish. I've only flown it twice in Cap Air. I have that issue where the wheels are dragging. The wheels are no longer dragging. So once I get it tested enough, I will release it, but it has to be tested. So like, for example, this was, I'll go through all the build challenge stuff that I did for, it was mostly Jersey that did them, so he wasn't the only one, but, so this was my Steam Collier. This one I think Jason had worked with. Where am I at here? Teleporter. I'll show you all the stuff that I've made for build challenges, but I love build challenges. It's, it gets you thinking out of the box. It gets you doing something new. So this was the first one I did. This one didn't get into the Jersey Challenge. It had issues with buoyancy because of the game, so it had to be wider than the real one, so I wasn't really happy with that, but it had some coal bunkers in here. And this one was never really useful. And the reason wasn't useful wasn't because I don't like the Industrial Frontier stuff or the coal. I love that stuff. The issue is the devs did not put a place where we can easily sell from a ship to sell coal. There should be a place where we can sell coal from a ship. And so what I did was I have this collier, and then I have, where is it? Right here. So I made this crane, and it went with it. And the way they used to load those colliers was actually really cool. Was they would have a steam crane, and they would dump just a hopper down there, and guys would literally be in the hold with shovels, and they would throw it into the bucket, and then they would lift the bucket up and they would dump it. And so it would be really cool if the devs had added a place like they only need one. Make one coal sell point, on the map that is next to a dock. And you know what? I actually don't want them to make it next to a random dock. Make us a specific place for coal. Make one, right? This area down here is completely dead. There's nothing down here. There's no reason to go down here. So put something down here. This is a cool cove that will be protected from, too much heavy seas. So put a jetty and a dock here, and put a way to deliver coal here. So you come in, and then they could build put one of those vehicle workbenches here. And so let us build a custom coal emptying area, and we could empty the coal in there. Some people's ships have spouts, so just make us a dock here and put a big coal facility here, like a coal power plant. That would be awesome, right? A coal power plant would buy coal. And so put a coal power plant here. It would be a POI, it would be another mission zone where you can have fires. So that gives us a reason to drive down here to put out fires. And let us bring our ships in here, and that gives us a reason to work with coal. Right now, you can only do a train. You can dump coal here. Let us do it with ships. So, for example, that's why that became useless, and why I didn't even want to use it after that mission, after that build challenge, was because there's no place for it, and it's kind of the dev's fault with that. I'm just reading through chat while I'm doing this. Yeah, I really suggest the challenges are always fun. They I think it's a good way to get better. For example, this was where is it? Maz. This won a Stormy Award. It was my first ever land vehicle, and I did it for a Jersey challenge for the record challenge. And I loved building this. I really enjoyed it. The shell is still great. I would update the engine microcontrollers if I went back to this. But this was one of mine for the challenge. It didn't win, but I never really cared which one Jersey picked. That's one reason on my challenges I do points winner. So that's the person who essentially, you can win points by having a really good workshop page, fulfilling all the goals, and doing a pretty good job at that. Like I get like 5 people usually in the challenges who are within a point or two of each other on points. So it lets somebody who may be less likely to win normally to be able to do it because they can really have a great workshop page and get a lot of points. And so let's say like you have somebody who has a really good workshop page, but yours is better. You're getting the 10, they're getting the 9. And then if there's 10 competitors, I could do 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the worst person gets a 1. Doesn't mean their workshop page was bad. It just means it was the least good of the 10. And you can win on points. And then my favorite is whichever I like. And the one that I think would mean the most to me as a competitor would be community favorites, the one that all my peers like the most. And like I can see who's voting on what, and I see a lot of fellow competitors voting for other people's builds before their own. Because I really liked his build. I liked that one better than mine, and so that meant more to me for like the Jersey challenges, just getting voted into the video because it showed that my peers liked it, and that's why I do the community vote is because that means more to I think to a lot of people is that the community liked their build. So this was one for a Jersey challenge. What was next? What was the next one? Mud Skipper was for a big man challenge. Mud Skipper won big man's challenge. This was a cool challenge. I really like this challenge. This one was not useless. Again, that's important. Make it so that people want to use their build after. So this was actually a really cool challenge. This was to go from Olsen Bay, and he had a story associated. So there is a lighthouse keeper. He lives here in the houses at Olsen Bay. And they want to go from their house and they want to come out to the lighthouse island and go to work. So it was cool. So you'd have to be able to drive down the beach, go across the water, then drive up on the island to go to work. And so that was a really cool challenge. It had a story, and mine won. And one of the reasons mine won, that Big Man said, was because it best fulfilled the whole purpose of the challenge. And that's one of the reasons I do Spirit of the Challenge is if you made something that was like, so when I heard this, the whole purpose of the challenge was it's going to be a lighthouse keeper. He lives in this tiny little house. He probably doesn't make a ton of money. He's not a millionaire. He's working at a lighthouse every day. And so I wanted it to be a small car that a lighthouse keeper would own. And so he's going to drive down. And so I wanted it to be a small beach car. And some people had huge, enormous tanks that were super cool and really technical, but would a lighthouse keeper own those? So that was a cool challenge. I really liked that. And then I think it was it Cool G? I think it was a Cool G challenge was the Rotodyne. So the Rotodyne was for I believe it was Cool G's challenge. And it was supposed to be, what the hell was the challenge? I can't remember the challenge. It was some sort of it was a helicopter challenge, and so I made the Rotodyne for that. And then what else? This one never came out. It was Mr. New Jersey's last challenge that he ever did, and I was too busy to finish it. But this was the Manticore. It was supposed to be an attack chopper, which this one's actually cool. This one has stop rotor. So once it gets up to speed, the rotors actually stop, and it uses the wings to fly. This one flies like a plane and is a pretty cool helicopter. So I think those are all my challenges, but I would love to do some more challenges, but some of them some of them are a little bit compact, like JSI. I have more that I did for challenges. I did a JSI one. I did a tugboat. I have a couple more. So let's go over here. I'll show the rest of them off. But I love a challenge because it's like sometimes, the constraints really like it makes it do it a way you would never do it before. And that could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, but it gives you some constraints. So let's see. ASD. No, what was it? Tractor tug. It was a tractor tug. So this was the tractor tug for JSI challenge, which they couldn't really figure out how to operate it. It's kind of complex to operate. It has 2 azipods and they're about midships. So it's complicated to use, and so it seemed like that, they didn't Like I wasn't great at operating it either, but so a little tractor tug. I think the detailing came out pretty good. Paint I would do better. I'd do the windows up there a little bit better. I think the galley came out pretty good. Seating area in here. A little art. So you like, especially if I'm doing a challenge, you'll notice more artwork, more decoration than I normally do in my builds, and that's because I have a deadline. It has to go in the workshop, and I won't release it on the workshop until it is up to a standard that I think it's good. And so, for example, like you'll notice the stuff I put on for challenges are much more detailed than a lot of my stuff, and it's because, it's a challenge. I'm trying to win the challenge. So I do all this cabinetry and I do lighting and I do TVs and I do artwork and I put little hidden spaces and coffee tables and couches. So I really love a challenge because normally I wouldn't get into this stuff because I make it work. I use it a little bit, but it doesn't get the level of detailing like these are kind of ridiculous back here, but just under surface areas there. But and then you go down another level. So I like levels, and then this has to be diesel electric. So like I'll show you a cool feature with this tug. So like I add extra features when there's a challenge. So I love challenges. I wish more people would do them so I could participate. So let's go ahead and do this one. I did some cool stuff for the challenge. So for example, what's that? Electric. All right, so for example, you come in and it's going to be dark, right? So you come in and the power is not connected. So you have to come in here, and you get this in a lot of vehicles, is you get what's known as an entry light. And so when you come in, you don't want the battery to be depleted, so you come in, and you notice a very dim light comes on, and this light comes on telling me where my flashlight is. So this used to happen to us in the Embraer 145, was there was a tiny little LED right at the entry door, and there was a flashlight there. So you'd come in, and it was about this dark, and you would come in. Yeah, I do remember your duck for a big man's. That was yeah, that was fun. I like the duck, And so like you would come into the airplane and you would have this entry light, and you could come in and you don't necessarily need the flashlight because look, there's another entry light. And then you come in here and then, oh, look, there's one more entry light. So you follow the entry lights, and then you come in and it goes batteries, generators, and now it has power, and now the rest of the lights come on. And that's how, so like I do that sometimes for myself, but generally I do it for challenges because it's like it's adding cool features, and so that was important to me. And then we just have a door going out to the bow, and then this one has so this one like had extra cool features which normally I wouldn't put in, and because of that I start putting them in more and more builds because, now I want to. So for example, like one of the cool things with a tractor tug is the ability to turn side. You can operate in 360 degrees. So it has a seat, and you can operate like that, and turn 90 and control the tugboat like this. So that was all because it was a challenge. I started doing these extra cool features that I normally wouldn't do. And that's why I highly recommend, like somebody said they've never participated in a challenge, go do some challenges, because it's like if somebody puts one of the things I wish my challenges would have more, so I know a bunch of you guys are participating in the challenge, go ahead and don't feel afraid to share pictures in build challenge discussion of your build. Like sometimes people, they feel like, oh, somebody's going to steal my idea. I used to like that in Jersey's challenges. Like, oh, if somebody had a cool idea, for example, like in my Maz, I put in a moving shift handle. And somebody said, hey, man, do you care if I put a moving shift handle in mine? That's a really cool feature. And I said, no, man, go ahead. And so guess what? That just made the competition harder. I gave away my cool feature, and somebody else put it in too. Well, I don't care, because guess what? Now I have to make my build even better to succeed. And so I said, okay, I have to do a lot more detail work now. So I did more detail work, and my build became better because I gave away one of my cool features for other people to use. So it was like, that's the sort of thing that I love with a challenge. Let me read up some chat here. Let me send you the Discord, a bunch of letters, bunch of numbers. That's what you're called from now on until you give me another name to call you from. I'll send you the announcement channel once you're in the Discord, they're all grouped together, all of the stuff for the challenge. You have another week for that challenge, so you have plenty of time. This is a shorter challenge. So here, there's the Discord. I'm just let me go back up, read some chat. I missed a bunch here. Yeah, I like Stormlink. Okay, so a bunch of letters, bunch of numbers. The creative menu, it allows you to do all of this stuff. So say, for example, I go in the custom menu here. I can teleport, I can shut off damages, and so this makes the game much more manageable. I highly recommend this. If you look at my YouTubes, I have a video telling you how to do it. But like, for example, I had a career build series game where I just barely tapped underneath the dock where there's it's a bad physics collision, and it blew my boat up. So like when I dock, I will often shut that off because in real life, when you dock, there are fenders, these tires that protect the boat from scraping up against the concrete dock. In game, we don't have that. And so you might rope your boat off to the dock and you come back and it's sunk because it exploded randomly. And so what I'll do is I'll often come in here, and if I go and dock, even in a career game, I'll shut vehicle damage off because guess what? In real life, a boat will not detonate if it just taps a dock. And so that's unrealistic to me. It ruins the fun. So when I dock, I take off vehicle damage. Then when I undock, I put it back on. NPC damage, for example, with Stormlink, it tells you to shut off NPC damage because if you go up to the Arctic, even if you have a heater on, the NPCs may freeze to death. And so you can shut off damage. Player damage, you can shut that off. For example, like I got hurt here, and instead of seeing this bar, I can make it go away. You can get rid of things like lightning, infinite electricity. So like I've done this a lot in a career game. Let's say you get all the way out, and the mission is to tow a boat back. So you go all the way out here. You've worked 25 hours on that boat. You go all the way out here. You get to the boat and you forget a rope or you forgot to hook up the electricity to your winch. That is Frustration City. You just spent 40 minutes coming down here. It's going to take you 40 minutes to get back. Well, you're not going to drive back to fix the electrical connection. To drive back again, you're going to say, oh, game sucks. This is a pain in the ass. I'm not doing this. And so what do you do instead? You turn on infinite electricity. You complete the mission. You write a note. And then when you bring it back to workbench, you fix the electrical connection. This thing's gonna keep starting and stopping here because it has auto generators. What did I just do? Let me get rid of this boat here. And so the custom menu is really great for giving you some options like that. For example, like I'll often forget a fire extinguisher. Again, you work 25 hours and you build and you forget a fire extinguisher. It sucks to have to drive all the way back in your boat. So let's say you went out here to do a rescue mission and you forget a fire extinguisher. You could get frustrated, or you can do what I do. Okay. Teleport here. Go inside. Go on the workbench. Get a fire extinguisher. Put the fire extinguisher on yourself. Recall this. Now you still have the fire extinguisher. And then you teleport back to where your boat is, and guess what? It was an honest mistake. You forgot a fire extinguisher that would cause you a huge amount of frustration because you just went all the way down here and all the way back. I've seen, if you watch my new player career build series, it's the third episode for a reason. Is so many people keep running out of fuel and don't know they have to fill their base up with fuel. And so I tell people, you put that creative menu on. Let's say you run out of fuel. All you have to do is go infinite fuel and bring your boat back to the base, and guess what? Go get more fuel. Instead of it ruining your game and annoying you, with one quick checkbox, you can get rid of that frustration, and then you say, okay, next time I need to make sure you say, I don't want to cheat. I consider that cheating. Okay, next time I'm going to make sure that I fill up my base with fuel. And so it becomes a learning experience, not a frustration simulator, Let me just read some more chat. Yes, lots of letters and lots of numbers. I am doing a challenge right now, so I know I read further down. You said there's a challenge. I'm just reading some back chat here. Oh, I have one more challenge entrant I'll show you. I'll tell you what chat I'm on. You guys can follow. Something like a proper strafe would be cool too. Cranes to offload and maybe a train gantry. Yeah. So one thing I would love the devs to do this. This would be very smart for the devs to do. Again, these are the type of quality of life updates that I think people adore. Okay. Sawyer South. Sawyer South has no place to spawn a vehicle to be able to unload containers from a ship. It is one of the few places. So we have containers there, and we have no place to spawn a land vehicle. We can only spawn sea vehicles. All right. I think every single one of these bases, maybe with a couple exceptions, should have a place to spawn a land vehicle. And I think they should also have a couple places. For example, these here, I know I'm all over the place, but for example, right here, Zizzo's gas station, Zizzo, I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me know if you know. There is Liam's, and there's one over here. Maybe it's just Liam's. Oh, Chickasaw. Where's Chickasaw's? I think it's over here. Chickasaw right here. Chickasaw's gas station, and over here, this one here. Those are all free workbenches that you can spawn land vehicles. Well, guess what? They spawn outside. And we have very few bases that spawn outside. So what I would love is add the same workbench we have at like Chickasaw's gas station. Add it right here. And guess what? I can load a crane. I can get off my ship, park my ship here with a container, get over here, get my crane, and now that gives me something extra to build. That's fun building time. That's fun operation time of actually vehicle operation. Drive the crane over, unload your ship. Okay, this is the other thing I would love the devs to do. So if you go to these custom bases, we went to one yesterday in the live stream. If you go here, there are these vehicle workbenches. Endo mentioned this in this week's top 5. Endo didn't understand why you launch a say a crane, or in the case of Endo's video, it was the oil platform. Why would you launch a oil platform as a vehicle? And I talked about it yesterday. Because you can edit your vehicle whenever you want. And so again, the example I used yesterday was you launch, you build your base, and you forgot to put a light in it. Now it's nighttime, you forgot that. Well, all you have to do is, so if I spawn this, okay, it's up there. There's my base. Okay, oh crap, I forgot a light. If it was an add-on, you'd literally have to start your save over again. The whole point of one of these workbenches is you can then go in and you can add a light, and you respawn it, and guess what? It's back in 2 seconds. I didn't have to start a whole new save, and I have a light. And that's the whole point of doing that. Well, guess what? These little vehicle workbenches, whatever you want to call it, structures. There's a structure workbench. That's what we'll call it. The devs should add these to all of these docks. And so what it will allow you to do is, say, for example, you want to unload your ship. And making cranes for ship, unless you have a really big crane, is very challenging, and it takes up a ton of space. So all the devs really need to do is, for example, put a crane or put one of those vehicle workbenches right here, and guess what? I could build a crane, and when my ship comes in, I can come over here and I can spawn my crane in. I can use the crane, unload the ship, put them all here on the dock. Then I could leave the crane there permanently if I wanted, or I can despawn it, and now I've unloaded my ship. That would be a huge quality of life thing I'd love to see them do because it's easy. Let's see, I'm checking some chat. Yeah, I know you love the coal. Coal is cool. The only thing, like I said, I think I said it yesterday, was one of the things I don't like with coal is it takes me a little while to get it started. So testing can take a while because it's like, okay, I got to start the burner. It takes like 2 minutes to get up to temp, and then I can test it, and then so I do like I'm planning on doing some more coal stuff, but it's on a long to-do list. Yes, I sent you the link there. Lots of letters, lots of numbers there for the Discord. So go ahead and there. Okay, you did discover the Discord. Okay, good. Yep, Katydid's big brother is. I showed off the Sky Tim yesterday. That's the biggest brother. Just trying to go through chat here. I don't like missing people's comments, so I'm just trying to go through everyone's stuff. Yeah, I forget. It was a car that it was inspired by. That may have been the one that the mud skipper was inspired by. Oh yeah, you reminded me, tugboat. So this was the last thing I built for a challenge. Christ, I didn't buy this island to do it. So this was for it wasn't SRS, what was Skunkworks. This was a Skunkworks challenge. It was a tugboat Skunkworks challenge. And I built this. This was I really love this tugboat. This is the 2111. So you see how many versions of the sucker I have, but this was built for the Skunkworks challenge, tugboat challenge. So this one's a cool tug. This is my ASD tug. I love Damon stuff, so everything's Damon. So that was my Skunkworks challenge. That was, I think, the last thing I made for a challenge. But I'd love to see some more of that. Yeah, Mountain View made the duck for Big Man's. That was really cool. I like that. Yep, and I saw it on the Stormies. That was fun. I really like the duck. Some of those, I love those really cool, like cartoony, like caricature builds. Those are a lot of fun. I would love to build an airship for moving fuel. That would be cool. I was thinking of doing that. Build an airship, like a blimp. It'd be a rigid airship, a dirigible, and make a dirigible to move some fuel would be kind of a cool thing to do. So maybe that's something I could build at some point. Um, yeah, I saw. I don't have the link. Can you link me? I think is it 458? I can't remember. 454, 453. Can you link me 45 some whatever's Discord? I've been looking for it. And I couldn't find it. I might participate in some of those challenges. Challenge that's there's a challenge. What's the challenge and how do I find the rules for it? Discord. Yep. Yeah, go on the Discord that has all the rules for the challenge. I'm way behind on chat. I'm just trying to catch up. Jason, which vehicle are you talking about right now? It's been a while since I saw where I was. I'll bring it back up. Tractor tug. Okay, the tractor tug's the one you're talking about. Yeah, that was a tractor tug. That one's on the workshop. Yeah, I love the moving gear stick. It adds a little bit of interest to it. Like automatics are so boring as it is, but just like visually seeing the stick move is kind of cool. I think it adds a lot more to the build. Well, the best way to get better at it is to work at it, for the Steam pages. I'm not a huge person who loves to do Steam pages either. Like some people put in GIFs and they'll put in tables and everything else. It's a skill, it's something you got to learn, and it's one of the things that keeps me from putting too much stuff in the workshop, especially like if I put the Cap Air Jet on there, the startup procedure is long, and so I have to, that's why generally I'll make a video and I'll put the easiest way to learn the build is to watch the video. And if I get a comment, how do I start it? I go, did you watch the video? And they go, no. And I go, the easiest way to learn how to work the build is to watch the video. And so that's what I'll often do with workshop pages because it's like, I can do a better job explaining it, and that's like part of when I was a flight instructor. Like my job is to sit there and to explain to you how to do this while we're operating it. And that's the way I learn. That's the way I like to teach it is I want to show you how to do it because personally I'm a visual learner. I can still see parts of the Embraer 145 cockpit in my head when I close my eyes. I can literally still see the immediate action items checklist in my head. And it's been many, many years since I was in that plane. And that's how I learn. So for me personally, one of the reasons why I do video tutorials, like some people like, why do you link a video? It's shorter just to tell me how to do it. Well, guess what? That's one, A, not how I teach, and two, that's not how I learn, and three, you ask for help, and you're gonna bite the hand that's helping you. I'm helping you the way I'm gonna help you, and that's personally for me, that's the easiest way to learn, and it's the easiest way for me to teach. Let me see where else we're at here. Howdy there, Aaron. How are you? Lots of letters, lots of numbers, getting dusty. If you Boathouse 73, post an example of a vehicle in the help channel. I'll link to the help channel. Either I or somebody else is usually in there and can help you. You know, at first that help channel used to be, it was for me to do videos back before, you know, I had a lot of people asking for it. And then now, like, this is like, I'll often notice people will help overnight while I'm asleep. So feel free to go in the help channel on the Discord, and there's a lot of people in there who can help you. And, you know, I'm not always on, but you'll usually have somebody on who can help you. So recommend that. Usually it's something silly that, you know, again, I talked about this yesterday, like when you're thinking about something and you're like super hyper focused on it, sometimes you just can't figure it out, and then you step away from it for a couple hours and it just comes to you. And that's one of the things that's nice with other people looking at your builds is like I can sometimes look at somebody else's build and be like, dude, you didn't put a fluid port for your fuel, so you have no fuel. And like, oh my God, I was stressing over this for an hour. Sometimes it's better have somebody else take a look at it. They'll figure it out quicker than you can sometimes because you're just too engrossed in it. Let me just check. Added cranes. Yeah, like the add-on would be cool, but this is the problem with add-ons is I had issues with that ADF, and it would happen like, say, 10 hours into a fresh save, it would start to grind to a halt. Those static vehicle workbenches are already in the game, and I think it's great because it allows you to spawn your crane and then despawn your crane so you can get rid of it. And guess what? As you go 20 kilometers away from it, it's not causing any game issues. So I think that would be a great addition to the game. I'm just reading more chat, trying to catch all the way up here. There we go. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that much purge the extra coolant from the coal firebox. Yeah, people are talking about how now it spawns with too much coolant in there. How's it going there, Ghost Cone? Oh, nice. What are you working on, Ghost? Ah, okay, 454. Is that like is that the 454 SS? Is that the car? Yeah, if you search for I might have a link. Let me look, see if I have a link. So there's a link that will tell you how to add tables and everything to Steam. Where is it? I'm trying to see if I thought I had a link. Text formatting. Here it is. Let me put this. I'll put this in the chat. So this is the text formatting for Steam, and so you can if you go over that, it will tell you how to make tables and everything else, and put them in a Steam and how to put links. So that I found that helpful. How's it going, Daniel? Welcome back. Yes, that's I knew the 454 SS was a vehicle. I couldn't remember what it was. It's engine, isn't it? Isn't that an engine they used in a bunch of stuff? Right from the career boat to the cruise ship. I love this Damon 2111. So like this was another one that, see, if you get too complicated with how something runs, sometimes like I think it was Jan, and I don't know who was testing it on Skunkworks, but if you make something too complicated, sometimes the build is like it's too hard to operate, you know, and I certainly understand, like, as somebody who runs challenges, like if I had to spend an hour learning how your build works and I have 15 builds to go through, I just can't spend the time to learn how to do it right. So I kind of understood that's why this didn't rate as well on the Skunkworks, because it was just like you had to learn a lot of stuff. But like on this one, it has the dreaded feature that makes it hard to test is you have to come downstairs first to start this like a real ship. So you have to come in here, and then you have to do that to get going, or else the ship won't start. And then these are all real breakers that you need to make that you can isolate your system. These are all real breakers. What's that? That is these are all real relays for it. And then this was the engine room. Hydraulics, water processing. Here are the real fire pumps, DEF system, engines. This is a simulated. What the hell is this system? What was this one? What was this simulated after? I can't remember what this is simulated after. I don't know. I can't remember. This is the harbor generator. These are the azapods. Washer dryer. This is the air handler. What else do we have in here? But this tugboat does work too. Toilet shower. One of the staterooms. Another stateroom. Last stateroom. Galley and kitchen. Leave all my doors open so we have maximal flooding. And then this is a new thing I started adding was I put arrows to tell you where the actual staircases go. And then this is a cool feature on these types of tugboats. So they have the winch is in the center. And what you do is you open up these doors. And so this allows you to have one winch that can go either forward or aft. So that was a cool feature. It doesn't work great in game because we don't have we can't bend the rope. We don't have pulleys. Pulleys would be awesome to add, but they've said no. That's one thing people say, oh, the devs said no. They have literally said no about a lot of things and added it later. I think often you got to take that as they said no for now because they do change. They do, they know that, they know what they're working on now. I bet they have 20 things they're working on now, and they're like, there's no way we're doing pulleys right now. But if they're hurting and they're like, we need something to do, they're like, oh, we'll do pulleys, And then you come up to the bridge here. So this was tough getting the layout right because this is based off a real ship, and I wanted the layout to be correct. So that was kind of a pain. Light mast. So we're at anchor. We'll go play with this for a little bit. So fire alarm. I have a fire alarm. I have a bunch of fire stations on this. And then, let's see. I'm trying to remember how to run this. Mast power. Port and starboard start stop. And then turn the radar on. Center chair. Camera spot. So this one has a 360-degree chair on it. Kind of. It doesn't like to go. It goes it goes 360, but then you have to center the chair, and it makes me yak. So I have to fix that at some point. But these azapods are really cool because, for example, say you go. Where's desync? Sync thrusts. Where's my syncs? Center starboard desync azapod. So what you can do is you can make this one go independently out, and then you can make this one go independently out. And if you go forward on this one and reverse, nope, sorry, wrong way. We're at 0. So we want to go reverse on this side, forward on this side. We can go sideways. And so see, we're going backwards a little bit. So what we want to do is we want to go up on the, up like that. And now we can, so these azapods are just super cool because as you can see, you can go sideways with them. So that's super cool, but it's hard for people to understand why these work, and so because of that, it's hard to put something like this on a challenge because, it takes me hours to figure. Oh, wrong way. So let's go. So what we would do is see how we're turning. So what we do is we take this one. We want to bring this azapod out and watch it. See, now it fixes our turn. So these are relatively complicated. They're intuitive once you've played with them a while, but steering is. You have to know how to steer this. So to steer the stern out more, I have to go like this. Okay, now I want to steer it back in. But as you can see, we can go sideways, so this makes the tugboat really maneuverable, and those are the engines. I forget who it was. I think it was Frog Curtis. He did one that was really cool. It was a Voith Schneider tug, but it was faked with water jets, which was still cool. It was super cool, and it was actually easier to use. It was more user-friendly, but I tend to like to have a system that I actually have to get good at and learn, which can be a pain. But see, you can take this one sideways, and so if you're pushing things into a dock, you can push it sideways. So stuff like that is really cool. I like that. I actually like to learn how it runs. Just checking some chat. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool to use a bunch of XML so it doesn't actually have is optimized. I think it's still a great idea if they would add, I'm certainly, I love the static vehicles, but my issue with the static vehicles by putting them in with an add-on is, like I said with like Endo's comment, was the whole point, the problem with that is if you play career. If you do, like, somebody like Endo, I think Endo plays mostly custom game, so, he reloads, he makes a new save every time, pretty much. It's like making a new save every time, so it doesn't matter. If you're making a new save every time, it doesn't matter if you have to load the add-on. But, say I have a career game and I've invested 100 hours in my career game, and I need to make one tiny change with my add-on, I have to literally start the game over again. I have to do a new save. And so that ruins your save, where if you... Let's get off of this here. I just noticed we're going to hit something. So you have to start your game all over. With those static vehicle workbenches, it allows you to, you put your crane up, you take off the ship, and you can despawn it, and now you don't have to worry about that in the world while you're over here. And then you can take the same crane, you can go to FJ to drop off the containers and load the same crane. And it breaks immersion a little bit, but it allows you to work on it, allows you to not destroy your career game every time you want to load something. So I think that would be something the devs should add. And I can't imagine it adds much resources. It's work for them, which, they have their own work schedule. But I think that would be a cool feature to add. Yeah, like, so for testing, one thing that was driving me nuts is, so when I was testing the new VTOL, right, I was testing at Draymore. It spawns in the hangar. I would love at least one airbase where you can spawn the airplane outside. And people have been asking for bigger hangars. Maybe add one hangar that is huge, or one area that is huge, a really huge airplane spawn area, and you have to spawn the plane outside, because for me, testing would have been so much easier if I didn't have to get out of the hangar every time. It's wasted time. It's like, I want to test. I don't want to have to get out of the hangar. I just want to take off, test, recall, take off, test, recall, take off, test. Like, I was testing the autopilot, and I was wasting probably like 2 minutes every time just to get out of the hangar. Well, that's a lot of added time back if I could have just spawned it outside, take off, and go. So I think that would be cool as well. Checking chat. Yeah, it's the 454 cubic inch Chevy. Yeah, that's I always see 454 on stuff. I didn't know if it was a play off that or if he was actually named himself after that. Yeah, like, I would love to have pulleys. Like, for example, this is a big one this is what I really want pulleys for. So if you look at the way this is designed here, let's stop turning a little bit. So if you look at the way this is designed, so it has that one winch in the front, right? And what you would do is you'd put it under this H ring, and that now allows you to bend the cable. And then you can put it through this ring here, and it allows you to bend the cable. And then if you look at these sides, these things that look like T's, what that's for is as the cable comes around, it goes and it gets captured into the T, and the whole point is the cable will go from there under the H, bend around here, and you can actually have the cable over here, and you can be pulling backwards. And so my whole thought how they could do this is you could do it with current game tech with a small modification. What they could do is they could take winches. They could take a winch. They could call it a pulley. And the difference is it does this. I would say, please, devs, please add a composite node and make it a 1x1 block. Please. But it would look like a winch, right? It would look like the top portion of the winch, of the small winch, and it would have two sides. So what you would do is you'd take the cable from my big winch, and then I'd plug it into the pulley. Then I would be able to go to the other side of the pulley, pull the cable out, and then I'd be able to put it through a pulley over here. And what would happen is you would hook a composite node from this winch, the main one there, to this winch, and what would happen is if there's a rope through, when I signal the big winch to go out, it would essentially suck in as much cable from the A side of the pulley, and it would spit it out the B side of the pulley. So all it would do it would suck in like a winch, and it would just delete it. So it would essentially delete the rope coming into it, and it would spit it out the other side. So if it takes in 5 meters, it would spit out 5 meters on the other side. And there have been games that do this, that they delete something and put it in a new state. And so what you would do with this is, I think this would be the easiest thing for them to do. Not, I don't know. It's hard to say easy because I don't really know. But for example, like you would come in here, you'd say, okay, I want to do this from the rear. So I would get rid of this F-word fire extinguisher, grab that, plug it there. Okay, so I plug it in the back of the pulley from here. Okay, it's in the pulley. Now I can go ahead, grab from this side of the pulley, and I can go out to a ship. All right, and so that would then allow me to control from there. Then if I wanted to go off of the side buckle here, let's say we put another pulley here, all I would do is grab from this pulley, hook to this pulley. We'd still have the same 500 meters on this winch, but it would pass through here, it would pass through here, and then I would be able to bend the cable using pulleys. I think that would be an easy solution, and then they don't have to add physicalized ropes. I think that would be a cool way for them to do it. Just checking chat. I know nothing about radars and sonars, so that's the main reason I have not done a tutorial on it. Is there are some old tutorials on old radars. I do not know of any good tutorials on the new radar. If there were, I would watch it. I would play with the radar and sonar for a bunch, and then I would try to make my own tutorials on it if I could improve upon it. But I have not seen any good tutorials, so I would need something to learn it myself first. Generally, I don't use radars much. Like this vehicle here, this is somebody else's system. I didn't build this system. So like Lua is a weak point for me. But like this guy's radar, he is using radar LiDAR and using the old radar. So that's old radar, and that is LiDAR they built. So I would love to learn that stuff, but there's just not enough tutorials out there for it, so it's tough. You would need somebody who knows radars really well and who knows Lua well and is willing to sit down and make some tutorials. And I would love to do it, but I need to learn it myself first. And I don't see enough utility in the radar to spend too much time on it, but I would love to learn it. So that's something I would need to learn. Downside static vehicles, they take up a ton of resources that can be spent better on real vehicles. Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. I completely agree with you. It's like I love the static stuff. For example, like I'll show you my ADF shack here. Let me recall this sucker here. So I'm still annoyed by my ADF not working. And so like my ADF shacks are very light. They shouldn't be causing problems, but they were literally grinding my game to a halt. I was down to like 15 frames per second after playing for like 10 hours at most, and they are not complicated. Like, where is it? So like these are the ADF shacks, okay? So some of them are on stilts, some of them are not. There's one shack per base because they need a different frequency. These are the ADF shacks. So they're super, super simple. All right, they have a roof, they have a little bit of solar, which they actually don't need as a static vehicle, but it was a decorative item. They have an antenna, the antenna works. This is all that's in them. A battery, a physics flutter, a GPS, and a microcontroller. All right, and so that's literally all that's in there. And then the microcontroller is pretty simple. Microcontroller is you have the GPS X coordinate, you have the GPS Y coordinate. Those are read out on channels 1 and 2. Those go out to the antenna. There's a stock frequency. It goes out to the radio frequency, so you can pick that up. And then this antenna transmits, so it has a constant on. That is it. It is super duper simple. These are the simplest of simple. And they have a physics flutter in them. And these were screwing up my game. And it could have been a setting for me. I still have to check this out. So if any of you know more about add-ons than I do, for example, let's see, where are we at here? So this could be the issue too. I don't know. So like, okay, so like say this one. This is one of the ADFs. Okay, this is the add-on. So if we look at it right here, this is the add-on. So maybe this is what was causing the problems. Okay, so this one I have it's sitting in the ground a little bit so that it meshes with terrain, which should be fine. I've done this in games like Flight Sim before. This could be my issue with the ADF system. If it is, I'll be able to fix it. So you go in here, spawn relative seafloor is false, is static true. So maybe that needs to be not static. That could have been causing my problem. Keep vehicle active, that's the other one. I have it always as true, and the reason is this, is to my understanding, at a certain distance, things are going to despawn. All right, and that's to save resources. So, for example, we're nowhere near the Arctic in-game right now, so the Arctic is despawned. When we get closer to the Arctic spawns, and Sawyer Islands despawns to save resources. The problem is I need these to be active for at least 40 kilometers because this antenna has a 20-kilometer range, and then the antenna on my airplane has a 20-kilometer range. So I can reach this at, it'd actually be 20 kilometers because it would be, is it radius? 20, no, it's a 20 radius. So yeah, so I can tune into this antenna, this channel at 40 kilometers. So I've been leaving these all as active. So each one of these is active because I need to be able to read these at 40 kilometers. So if there was a way to make it so that I could, you know, read these, set that at 40 kilometers I want this to pop into existence, I would do that. And then is invulnerable, I put it as true. So I'm not sure, but these were causing issues because each one of these were everywhere. And the problem was in game. So I had one of those here, here, here. I had them at each of the minor islands. I had it at FJ, Clark, Ender. I had one here, here, and here. I have one at BVG. I had one at Tajin. And so pretty much everywhere on the map had those ADFs, and I had to keep them all active. And the problem was that kept the whole map active. And so the entire map was active at all times, which killed performance. And so I need to see if I can fix something in there so it doesn't do that. Yeah, that's the problem with having a, with having a base or something, is it breaks your immersion. I don't know if those vehicles, they may despawn on their own though. Say for example that I put a base here. I think if I go a certain distance away, the base will disappear, but it will come back when I'm back because it's just loading the vehicle in. So I think that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure. You had to do the number 2. What did you miss? I hope you didn't miss the toilet. Did everything come out all right? Jason, when you say there was a place to do that, what do you mean? I'm not sure. I'm late. I'm far away in chat, so just what are you referencing when you say there's a place to do that? Yeah, I've said this before to Geometa. If you guys want some logistics input, feel free. I generally try not to give too much unsolicited criticism, but if they want to, I'm more than happy to talk to them, help them with logistics. Logistics, like anything, is a skill and a trade to learn. I've been doing it for 20 years. You start to learn things that don't make sense if you're not in that field. And for example, I certainly don't give them any, talk to them about coding because I don't know anything about coding. But, they don't know much about logistics and it shows. And so, that's one of the things why I think I would love to see a test branch. And listen, have them put out applications. They don't need every Tom, Dick, and Harry going in there and giving them, or Tom, Dick, or Harry, Dick. I screwed up the joke. It's Tom, Dick, or Harry is the expression. I was going to do Tom, Harry, or Dick. But, or Harry, Dick, Tom. Every Harry, Dick, Tom. That's the one. That's the joke there. I knew there was a joke in there somewhere. It's every Harry, Dick, Tom. That's an old expression, every Tom, Dick, or Harry, because that's what people were named back in the 50s. So Every Harry Dick Tom. That's a good joke. I like that one. I'll save that one for later. Um, so for example, what I think they should do is put out an application process and say, hey, we're going to test the new pressure mechanic. Anyone who'd like to be a tester, let us know. You'd probably have to sign an NDA. That's pretty normal. Nobody cares. Whatever, sign the NDA. And I would be happy to test it. And they can easily boot people off the testing team who suck. And they start to get a rapport with people who give them, good feedback. And release it on Steam beta, give them access to it and be like, dude, I can see this being a problem. It's it's an extra block. Can you just add this to the spawner? And they're like, oh, that's a good idea. We can't do that because the spawner can't have two nodes on it. It can if you switch it over to composite. And they're like, okay, yeah, we'll switch it over to composite. Okay, then they switch the node from the fluid spawner over to composite, or like, hey man, put a checkbox on there that it equalizes air pressure, And so like stuff like that, I think it would help them with that. But I think one of their fears, if I were to read their mind, is they don't want to have to manage other people too. There's a small dev team. It's hard to have testers. Like, they're going to need somebody to read all their internal emails and then all of our emails. And then you're going to sometimes have an enthusiastic tester, I can imagine, is a pain in the ass. You have, let's say I say, oh, hey guys, I got hyper focused on this latest update. Here are 400 emails about what you guys should do in this next update. Now they have to go, oh my God, we just got 400 emails from this dude. Like, yeah, we're not doing like 99% of these things. And so I can see them being afraid of, we have to now read 400 emails a day on this. Is this going to negatively affect our work that we needed to get done? And the answer quite literally could be yes. So I agree. I think it's a better thing to do is if you need logistics help. Let's say they watch one of my videos and okay, he seems to know what he's talking about logistics. And they reached out to one person and they're like, hey, dude, can we have like a 20-minute conversation about what would you change in logistics? And you had an informal 20-minute conversation in a Discord channel on logistics. And they can take some notes and they can say, okay, man, that was some good feedback. Appreciate it. And then they leave it there. They don't make any promises they're going to make any changes. And they say, okay, listen, 50% of what that person wants is too much work. 50% is reasonable, but we don't have the time to get all of that in there. And we don't want to focus all on Industrial Frontier DLC. So these are the top 5 things that we can change that will make a good change. And they go with, say, 5 things. And that's perfectly reasonable. So I think that is a more reasonable approach, is get a subject matter expert, go in there. The subject matter expert is going to rip apart 90% of what's going on in the game probably. And then you say, okay, 5 things out of what they said are actually doable, and then do them. I think that would be a reasonable thing. I'm just checking chat here. Yeah, but like I said, radar, sonar, I'm not really great with. Let me see. I'm just trying to catch up with chat where I'm at. Yeah, train benches next to Clark for loading in. Yeah, the train benches are nice. That's a good point. So I could load the. Is that big enough to load my VTOL in? Probably. It's got a pretty good wingspan on it. Let me check. But it would be really cool if they made like at one of the air bases, they should make an absolutely enormous place to spawn a plane. Let me check this sucker. VTOL's not going to fit here. That's the only problem. I think the wingspan. This actually has a pretty big wingspan. That's the issue with it, is the wingspan. Yeah, but that's good to know, is, have another place that doesn't have a roof on it. Yeah, my wingspan is just too big. Yeah, they could do it where it doesn't pull the rope, just runs through it. I think, like, in order to get more complex pulley systems, I think if they did an inside and an outside, they could have it so that whatever gets fed in there gets pulled out. But you could also just make it so a composite node goes through each pulley and the pulley communicates with the winch. And so essentially you'd have a soundless winch. So if I had 10 pulleys connected to my winch, they would all feed out, but they're not taking any rope in except one. So the other ones are feeding out Nothing essentially. Yeah, pulleys would be awesome for so many things. Cranes, the ability to, like, for example, my tow trucks, I have to tip the tow truck over the cliff to be able to winch up. And so stuff like that. The ability to add pulleys on all sorts of things would be really cool. Yeah, so lots of letters, lots of numbers. I talked about this yesterday. I think Citrus had asked. I plan on opening up the Captain Reviews channel again. I talked a little about it yesterday. I can still see it. I have it so you guys can't see it, but it was the point, like, let me count how many behind I was. This was the problem. This is why I finally closed it. I was an insane amount behind. Oh my God. Yeah, I was way back. I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I was 10 behind, which isn't too bad. But I was usually doing 5 a video, so that's 2 videos, and I was spending like 3 hours of videos, so that is 6 hours of work there to get those done. And now a lot of them aren't even on there anymore. So then, like, I felt bad about I'd have to go back and review the old builds. So what I think I'm going to do is do a new system where uh, I will say, okay, I'm going to open it up for 24 builds, or say 25 builds. People put their builds in there, and then let the community vote for, out of this section of 25 builds, or it doesn't need to be 25. Let's say 10 builds. I open up for 10 builds. I actually, you know what? I think 25 is better, and the reason is this. You have a lot of people who they'll like, you know, before I change the rules, like somebody would put up 5 builds for me to review, like just one dude, and it's like, dude, that's 3 hours of work you just gave me, and I don't like to skip over them. I try to do them in the order you put them in. So it's like, so finally I was like, dude, you got to pick one per video. And so, somebody would be like, okay, do this one. So I'd have them delete the other ones off, pick one, because it's not fair to other people too. It's like this dude just got all of his stuff reviewed for a video, and then so I think, like, say I open it for 25, that would give it the opportunity to have, so it could stay open for a little while, because sometimes you get it. If I open it up for 5, the problem is if you were asleep at the time, you would never get your build reviewed. And so this way, 25 people could put their builds on there, and then we go through a community voting process where I say, okay, submissions are closed. Now the community has 2 days to vote for the top 5 builds will get reviewed. All right, and so the top 5 will get reviewed out of 25, so 1/5 will get done. And then if your build didn't get in that session, I'll open it up again and say, hey, if you want to, you can resubmit any build you want. So you could resubmit your build to be reviewed. And it's tough sometimes. Like with the reviews, some of them might take, it might take me 5 minutes to review it. And it's not, it could be a tiny little ATV that I jump on, it starts, I go, oh, that's cool. Oh, yeah, it's cool. It behaves well. It's fun. It's a cool build, really high quality, great build. And then you could have one that was an airplane that took 1,000 hours to build and is going to take me 4 hours to review the one. So, I never knew, is this video going to take me 6 hours to make, or is it going to take me an hour to make? And some of them I could bang out, and like I literally banged out some of them in 40 minutes. It's like, oh, this week it just happened that the next 5 are really, they're pretty simple to run. The workshop pages are like, they're not super duper long, but they're detailed. And so bang, 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 40 minutes, the video's done. Like the build worked. That's the other thing, is like if the build doesn't work and like say I try to take it off and it's like crashes. Well, then I have to respawn it, do it again, take it off. Like I had a build that it took me like 5 tries to take it off. And then I finally got it up in the air and it was tough to fly. And, so like that one took 5 times as long to record because it's like I had to finally wait till I got it, I could actually use it. So it was tough sometimes doing that. Like sometimes I got away with it was 40 minutes to make a video. Sometimes it was like pulling my hair out at 6 hours trying to get this video done. So I think I'll end up probably doing something like that where let the community vote for their top 5. You can resubmit, and then I'll pick one out of those. Like we'll say maybe what I could do something like, okay, out of the 25, the community is going to pick 4, and then I pick the 5th one. And so that way, like, say somebody's not getting it, never gets their build voted for, then I could say, okay, I'm going to pick this person. So if the community picks 4 and I pick the 5th one, maybe I pick the guy that never gets picked, or I pick, oh, I thought this one was really cool, or this video is going to be a long sucker that's going to take me 6 hours. I'll pick a build that's going to be quick for me to review. And so 4 of them are going to take me a while because they're super complicated, and 1 is easier and less complicated, so I can quickly do that. Or, maybe I record the 4 that the community picked, and then the 5th one, I record one. I'm like, dude, this build is like, it doesn't work. I can't figure it out. I'm going to go pick another one, and then I pick another one that works well with the video. So I think that's what I'll do. See you later there. Lots of letters, lots of numbers. Yeah, so I think that was probably what I'm going to do with the review channel. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to review anything I'm not going to review those 10 that were left because a bunch of them are not on there anymore. And what I'll do is I'll say, hey, it's back open. This is the new rules. This is why. And if you want those reviewed, resubmit them. And I will, and then the community will vote on them. They'll pick 4. I'll pick 1. Each time, and then I'll reopen it when I'm going to do another video. So I think that would be the best way to do it. I'm just reading through chat. Okay, he left. Asking for a property. Yeah, so that was the issue with that. That's why I kind of got away with it. It was just like, especially that was when I was really busy with work, and it was like, it was the hardest video to make every week because, I won't do what a lot of other people do when they review builds, like not read the workshop page, just like some people will get in there and be like, oh, I'll just randomly press buttons and try to get it to work. Like somebody worked a long time in that build, and they thought those systems out. It's like, Jan's a good example. Jan got really annoyed with somebody who reviewed his build. He didn't ask it to be reviewed by that person. That's the other thing is I don't review builds if you don't want me to review it. That's why I don't like the weekly top 5 on the workshop is I'm not reviewing a build unless somebody says, hey, man, can you review my build? And that's why I have it submitted because I don't want some random dude just criticizing my build, necessarily. So it's like if I ask, hey, man, can you review my build? Then if it gets criticism, well, you asked for it, man. And so it was like, I know Jan got annoyed at somebody for he didn't ask them to review the build, and they didn't read the rule, they didn't read the instructions, and then they ragged on the build because they didn't, they didn't read the instructions. So of course it didn't work because they didn't read the instructions. So it's like I won't do that. I try to. I try to take the time and respect the person's hard work. And, the other one is it bugs me when somebody doesn't explain how their build once, and then and then I can't run it. Well, like those types of builds, like literally there was one, somebody remembered it was, talked about it yesterday, is they got all annoyed at me for not, I literally tried for like 35 minutes. I went through there. I read the workshop page, which had no instructions, and then I went in there and I recorded it 3 times, trying to get a coherent recording of me starting this vehicle up. And they were literally the only one of the 5 that week that did not have any instructions. And so I was like, hey, dude, if you want to resubmit it, and put some instructions on there, and I'll review it again. And they got all pissy with me, and I was like, dude. You were the only one that week who didn't give any instructions about how to work your build. And it's like, I'm not just going to randomly press buttons. It's like, tell me how you want me to run the build, And so That was the other thing that kind of took some of my enjoyment out of that. So I'm going to change up some of those rules, and I think that it'll be coming back. But I need some more structure in there so that it kind of prevents some of that stuff. I might put a rule in there that if you don't have any instructions on how to run this thing, I'm not reviewing it. And it doesn't have to be much. Like for example, like I talked about the four-wheeler. Some people have made some four-wheelers that you literally just sit in it and it starts and WSAD and you're off, and that's awesome. But you could put that in the description is really easy to start. Just sit in it, it will start up and WSAD. And that's all you need. It doesn't have to be. You don't need to have a really pretty workshop page on those. You know, let's work on this. Let's get this mini truck out. I want to get this out to you guys. So it's gonna be this live stream is gonna be all over the place. That's kind of intended. So things I want to fix here. So this is another thing I want the devs to fix. So see this here, this is the base of a pivot, and this annoys me every day of my life. So I am complaining about it, and I have not submitted a feature request, so I will do that. So if I paint this pink, it's pink on all sides except the bottom. If we look at the bottom, we can't see the bottom, but here. The only color on that you can do is the top and bottom. They didn't make it all four sides. So the issue is this color's all one color. You can color this a different color there, and you can color, nope, that's all. So the only side you can color differently is the bottom. They changed this a while ago to good effect, which now you can paint this on every side. I really want the devs to go back and do all the faces on that. That's a pain because, for example, here, it shows white in my cab, which annoys me. So let's go cut JJ. This is going to be released to workshop. I wanted to get this out, so where are we at here? Like that. Okay. Actually, no, I'm going to keep this the same that it was. And that's just because I don't want this rotating where I can see it. All right, that's fine. All right, so let's see what else this needs. I did a little bit of work on this before I started the stream. I want to get this out. If you guys can think of any attachments for it, would be kind of cool. See, I don't know where. I think the hood's on the seat. So let's see. Hood is 4. So this one has a little hood there to get in there. Trunk 5. All right, so this has no pop trunk. So this used one of my standard setups. So we'll get rid of that. This has like the mini trucks. I was showing off the mini trucks earlier when we started talking about this, but as you can see, this has the folding sides. And so this allows you to put like a pallet in the back. So you could come in with a forklift and put the pallet in, and then usually you have the posts are stationary. So this should be, I'm going to white out all of these here. So I need a color under the tailgate and there. The sides will stay black there. I need to fix the lights. Okay. So we'll work on this a little bit, trying to get this fixed up. Because I want to get this released. I want to try to release some stuff. Symmetry, you devil. The demon of symmetry. All right, that is done. And then I need under the tailgate is blick, and it should be white. And this is so if you remember, I put out the light truck chassis. This is actually, I geared this even higher, so this is higher gearing than that has. See what else I need in here. I don't like this angular sitting there, but I don't really have a space to move it. Can it go under here? I don't know. Let me check here. What is under here? Oh, hard to see under here sometimes. That's a micro. Is it microcontroller? What the hell is under here? Trying to see what's under this hard point. Okay. What is back there? Nothing here? No, that's the hard point. Something there, I think. I'm trying to figure this out. Let's cut this. I want to get this hard point. I want to get this angler out of there. What is this? This connect to anything? What is this? I don't think... it's a microcontroller. Crap. That is a microcontroller. Is it? I can't tell. Yeah, it's a microcontroller there. Let's cut this out. I want to hide this angular speed. I don't like looking at it in there. Little things like that bother me. It's just like being able to see it. It's like, you know, nobody will ever see that, but it still bothers me. Let me just check here. Okay, there's nothing here, so I can put that right there. So get rid of use symmetry. Oh, nope, that's fuel block. Where is this going? I need to be able to refuel this too, so I might move my fuel system. Yeah, I need to be able to refuel this too, so I'm going to work on fuel here. Okay, this will be better if I do this. There and there. Okay. So I'll do a fluid. The hell are you? Fluid hose anchor, make it black. I have a white anchor and I want it painted black. Probably get demonetized for that. I doubt it, but that was Rolling Stones if you're unaware and uncultured. Let's see. This is gonna go down. Let's see. That goes like that, and then we want if I could spell pipe, we will be way ahead of the game. I think people like often way overestimate how much fuel they need in things. I just like, okay, the whole point of doing this was not to put something in there. So let's see if I can get something here. Okay, good. So all that was just to put in this here with, make a little space for this. To move that angular speed. So if you don't know, the angular speed is there it's for wheel stability. So instead of setting the angle of the wheel with your AD keys, you're setting the maximum angular speed. And so what that does is, as you're going faster, it allows you to move your wheels more slowly, which makes you more stable, but then it also helps you drift and recover so you're not always spinning out. So checking some chat. I haven't been in the chat for a little while. Yeah. What do you say? 24 cylinders? 27? I can't remember what you said. You said 20 something in the Pete. Citrus building a Peterbilt. Built by Peter. For Peters. By Peter. For Peter. Let's see. So that's good. So I needed the ability to add to refuel. So that lets me refuel there. We still have 2 tanks. People way overestimate how much fuel they need. If you have your engine set up properly, you do not need an insane amount of fuel. It was one of the live streams. For example, I had 1 or 2 of those little tanks in a car, and I could go from I drove from FJ to here, and I used about 10% of the fuel, maybe 10% of the fuel, maybe 20%. So 10 to 20% to go from here to here. So it's like literally I go back and forth there 5 times with that, you know. So it's like, you know, if you have it set up right, you don't need tons and tons of fuel. So that saves you a lot of space. All right, so that is good. This being white is driving me nuts, but I can't do anything about it, so I'm not gonna let it give me an aneurysm. Let's see. Okay, so the lights here. My lights are screwed up. I need to fix this on the thing. So this is actually, I think, With citrus, when you're talking about the light, the dimmer being broken, and Chicken Sir came up with the solution there. This is on a bunch of these I have to fix, so that makes sense to me. Where's reverse? Reverse. All right, so right here, it's divided by x. It can't be divided by x. It needs to be divided by 255. So this is the light division. And so that's the issue there. So it needs to be divided by, what is Z? Z. So that's there. And then it should be left brake turn Z. Up. Z. All right, let's try that, see if that fixes, because my reverse lights are coming on blue instead of white. And I think that is likely the culprit. It may not be. We'll see. All right, so let's look. Brake lights, come on. So I really wish they would do paintable indicators that had RGB values. That would be sick because we could make lights with custom colors. And the whole reason I use these RGB indicators is if I put on my brakes, hold S, you notice they come on bright. If I go ahead and turn on, where is, I think it's on the dash. Right here is, we're at headlights. So my headlights are on. You notice I get dim red runnings. And then when I hit the brakes, they come on bright. And then if I go in a reverse, okay, they're still blue, so I need to fix that. I need to figure out why the hell those are blue. All right, lights. Dim lights, 0.5. Bright lights. RGB is 255, 255, 255. Okay. All right. Dims, brights. Light division. Okay, let's figure out what the hell's wrong with these. Why these are coming up blue. I tried a shortcut, and I think that was the problem, is the shortcut screwed me. 255, 255, 255 is white. That is correct. Okay. Red is... Okay, so one of the reasons I did this was I was trying to be cute and not have to put in... So there was a red color that's 255.00. So see this red here, 255.00? I tried saving time. So white is 255, 255, 255. Red is this red is 255.00. So this allows me to save space by not having to switch. I don't have to switch 3 colors. I only have to switch 2 colors. And so that was my cute little solution to try to fix it, or try to save some space. So let me see how I have that there. So it is all these that are screwed up now. And I need those to go up yellow too. So do I redo all of these? Bright lights, dim lights. All right, so here are bright lights, dim lights. And then I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing here. So this is a numerical switch box. Okay, so 0. So this is passing through 0 when it's red. So it's doing 255. And then this is... Okay, that's the whole point of this, is to pass that 0 through, I think. And that's passing through... Okay, I see what's up. So I need to redo this. Just checking in chat here real quick. Oh, you're back there. Lots of letters, numbers. This is using, it's an unreleased microcontroller. It is for it's my car, it's essentially my car parts. I'm going to eventually release a more in-depth car chassis that has lighting all connected, but I have to redo it because, as you see, like, I'm having a problem here. So let's go ahead and do this. Update that. Let's call in the dimmer. This is from the dimmer tutorial the other day. I'm going to try to get some of this and try to work. You know what I'm going to do? Here, it's going to be a pain, but I'm going to rebuild some of this lighting panel. All right, so this lighting panel needs a rebuild here. So the problem is what I really need to do is I need to switch all the colors over each and every time. It's a pain. I try doing a shortcut, but often the shortcut ends up turning into a long cut. That's precisely what happened. So let's go ahead and get these colors going. So I need RG and then B. So let's redo this lighting here to fix this one problem. That's the problem with these multifunction lights. They can be a pain. So 255, 255, 255 is white. Two 255.00 is red. Okay, that's done. So my two color selections are done. Next, I need to go into functions. I need to go into proper functions here. So this is the function. All right, so we're going to take x times y divided by z. And I need to do it for all of these. I could probably process the color first. I bet I could process the color and do division next, but I'm going to do it this way. It just makes it, I think, more customizable for me. You know, there are many times easier ways to do things, and people are like, hey, there's an easier way to do that. It's like, yeah, I know, but you don't necessarily know what I'm trying to accomplish. Sometimes what I'm trying to accomplish is I'm not trying to do the easiest way. I'm trying to do it the most configurable way so that in the future, if I want to change something, I don't have to rewrite the panel. And so that's sometimes why I make it more complicated than it needs to be, because I'm thinking ahead. I'm like, okay, if I want to add another color, for example, like this is red and white, and even the directional comes up red. If I wanted to do a yellow directional, by doing it this way, I can easily add in yellow. And so that's sometimes what's going on. Not always, but sometimes that's why I'm doing something like that, is just to do that. All right, so we're putting in our colors, our RGs and Bs. And then this is my Z. My Z is my division color. This allows me to change the colors. And then my dimmer goes in the Y. So where's my dimmer value? So here's dimmer values. And these don't dim. What they do is they switch from color to color. So they are either bright or they're dimmer. So if they're running lights, like you have your headlights on, they'll be a dim red. If your brake pedal's on, they turn bright red. All right, so that is done. All right, then I need this component here. So I tried doing a shortcut here, and it just turned into a long cut. So I need to fix my shortcut, turn it into a proper long cut. I'll be out of chat for a second just as I'm hooking this up. I need to just think just enough to get that going. Okay. Then I want switch boxes. All right. And so we have, let me see. So I need essentially, what do I need? Red or off is really all I need. Yeah, I should just need red or off because the dim will be controlled elsewhere. So off and then red, and then that reads out. All right, so this is the new logic. Let's try to have a small aneurysm fixing this. All right. So I'll go through all of it. It's gonna be a little bit of a pain to go through it all again, but it's worth it, I think. Were these ever connected to anything? They weren't. I don't think these were ever connected to anything. No, they weren't. Okay. All right, so let's get rid of gear 3 we keep. That can go. That can go. Bright lights and this one to keep. That can go, that can go, that can go, that can go. That can go, that can go, that can go. Nope, I don't want to have that go yet. No, this can, that can go. No, what do you here? That can go, that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go. What are we left with? Left and rights. Okay, left and rights. This is bright dims. Okay, we're in business here, I think. All right, we're going. We're good here. What is this? Gear 3 is reverse. That's why it's gear 3. This is left directional. This is right directional. So those are the triggers. And then this is the trigger for the bright reds. All right, we're in business now. So all this new garbage here can go here. All right. These are like the little details. This is why like a build challenge I like is good. Like for example, and why I recommend people like, you know, don't be afraid to share your build on there and have people stealing your ideas. This is how you often get better is, for example, like I used to do these Jersey challenges and somebody had brake lights that were brighter than, you know, their running lights. Oh my God, this person has these cool brake lights. I could complain about it. I could be like, oh, I'm going to lose now. Or I could say, guess what? I'm going to learn how to do these brake lights. And so you learn how to do the brake lights. Now they have brake lights that go bright when they press on the brake, and so do you. And now you just learned something new. And now you've gotten better. And your competitors are now competing against you, and they get better. So I think it's a huge positive. And so I'm a big fan of that. All right, so that goes there, and then we need to copy all this. And again, there's probably a more clean, easier, or there's probably a more compact way to do this for the two brakelets, but I really don't care about compact. I care about configurability, so I can go back and I can configure more stuff. And the other thing is I often try to build it so that I can go to another vehicle, you know, and so I want to be able to use the same panels on other vehicles. So sometimes I don't really care about how compact it is or how easy it is. I care about being able to use it on something else too. All right, so that is all set up. Let's do actually look at that Zang. All right, so hopefully this is running right. Let's update it. That wasn't as bad to clean as I thought. Let's see if it works. If it works on the first time, it'll be a miracle. Let's check some chat while I'm at it. 27 supercharged for the engine on the Peterbilt. CG? All right, sounds good. Katydid, I don't think Katie was released. I'm gonna bring Katydid back with Triton because Katydid can land on it. There were some things I wanted to fix on Katydid. There were issues with the station keeping. I think I showed it off yesterday. Those were fixed. I'm gonna I'll fix something, but until I give it enough testing, I don't want to put that on the workshop because, you know, if I get like say I like move on from Katydid and I want to be like working on my VTOL, and then somebody's like, hey, this thing's wrong with Katydid, and this thing's wrong with Katydid, and this thing's wrong with Katydid, it's like I then have to kind of break what I want to go do that. So what I'm going to do is when Triton comes back in the career build series, Katydid's going to get used a bunch. That will give it a lot of testing so that I know that it's working well. And then once I'm comfortable it's working well enough, I will release it. But that's why Katydid didn't come out. Was it had a couple problems that I never got fixed. And okay, oh, okay. So see these lights? They're on, but they're dim. Let's try hitting the brake lights. Okay, so see how they come on bright when I press on the brake pedal? So I have to fix a couple of the triggers. Okay, let's go up one. Let's go headlights on. Where's headlights? Headlights on. Okay, so they're coming up white dim when brake lights, when the headlights are on. So currently my brake lights are coming in as white, so I have to fix that. All right, so not a big deal. I'll fix that. Okay. So these lights are a little bit complicated because they go red running, bright red brake, and then white for reverse. So I have to do all of that. So I have to figure all that out and fix it. You know, it's like, this is like what somebody will say, hey, you know, you're going to, you know, like, hey, are you going to release that mini truck? I haven't touched this mini truck in a while, and I know that something's broken on it, so I won't release it with the brake lights broken, even though it's like 90% complete. So I'll try to get, you know, this one I'm going to release, but I'm trying to get this one finished to do. All right, so we have bright and dims. All right, brighten dims, brighten dims. So this one's not plugged in. That's why the left side wasn't working. And so actually I don't need this. What I need is to go bright dims. Yeah, bright dim should stay the same. So that's going to go to, what is it? Y, 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 and Y. Okay, good. And then I can get rid of this one. I don't need duplicates. All right, so that is my bright dim. And I want bright dim for, what do I want it? Bright dim should not be directional, should it? Bright dim should only come on. So bright light should only come on when bright should only come on when I press on the brakes. So where is my brake? All right, so right here, channel 9, is that it? Panel pass through? It's got to be that. Headlights, headlight angle, blinker, left directional, right directional. Okay, so right here, channel 9, I had to redo the channel for because it's passing through the panels. So channel 9 is my WS. So if it's less than 0, i.e. we're pressing the brakes, that's when I want to go bright. So we'll go bright directional and we'll go bright with brakes. So either of those conditions will give me bright lights. That's fine. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Nope, that's not going to work anymore. We'll just go that because I have to do the directionals independently. Okay, so let's go. So sometimes I'll do this just for cleaning. I'll use an OR block. And I can go like this, and because I like notice my lines are all like straight. If it's something I'm building for myself often, I will go, you notice you can't see any of these things, like all of that, because I hate to see it. So mine looks super clean, but it makes it, a lot of people have complained that it makes it hard for them to tell how something works. So they ask if I can leave them open. So sometimes I'll leave them with the connections open, like this is what it would look like if I didn't do what I'm doing here. So I like it looking clean, but it's hard if you don't know what it's already doing. So, all right, so what this will do is when I hit the brakes, all the OR is doing is it's moving the line. So that instead of the line being crooked like that, it straightens the line out. That's the only reason that OR block's in there. So when I go on the brakes, it will go bright dim. That's the only time we go bright dim is on brakes. All right, and then what I want to do is I need to check. What the hell's this? Oh, okay, I do need a swap out. Okay, that would be why. All right, so this is, what's this color? This is white. That's red. Okay, this is what I screwed up here. So I do need another composite switch box. All right, this goes like that. And then this goes there. Okay, good. So that's fixed. That goes there. This goes here. Like, I need all these to line up or I lose my mind. There we go. Like this. This is that's the pedantry that makes things take forever. All right, so that's plugged in now. All right, so that's why my brake lights were coming up white, was this is the red channel here. All right, so that's bright dims there. So the brake lights will go brighter. The what do you call it? Yeah, brake lights will come up brighter or dimmer, and then white lights are here. So nope, these are my red lights. Eventually, I'll figure out what the hell I'm doing. All right, so the only time I want white lights is this one. This is whites. The only time that the whites come up is if my reverse is on. So reverse right there will control for that. All right, so reverse is going to knock on my lights white. All right, so that will come up for reverse. And then I'm going to change this around a little bit, I think. That's fine. And then this here should be, we'll read the condition here, they should be the same. So this is right directional. So if right directional, if if my brakes are on. And then what the hell is channel 1? Channel 1, this is if my headlights are on. Okay, so that is all that. So this is going to turn on my reds. So this here is the red turn on, so that goes there. Red turn on goes there. And then that should hopefully work. We'll move that up like that. Okay, so let's work this and see if this is good. And then I need to take this light panel and I need to move it to my modules. So, all right, so lights are off. Press the brakes. You suck. They both should be coming on. So the left is not coming on. Okay, right directional. What are my directionals here? Okay, there it is. So right directional. You coming on there, son? Those are backwards. So I'm pressing left and right's going. You suck so bad. All right, and that I need to change the way I do my directionals. This is obnoxious the way I have my directionals. I need to change them because I have to push and hold left and right to try to get them to stop. There we go. That doesn't work well. Let's shift down. All right, so we get a dim white in reverse. I want a bright white in reverse. Okay, so it's a lot of work to do. All right, that's fine. All right, so so this bright light right here, we'll copy that. And I'll just make it a constant. Actually, you know what? I'll still do it as a property value. We'll do this, and we'll do reverse lights. Lights in 10. The work light, reverse light intensity is going to be at a full 1 value. So this is whites right here, so it's going to be white. So that will make sure my reverse lights are really bright, especially at night in game. That will help me see behind me a little bit when I'm backing up. So that's good there. This here is the reds, which does directional, it does running, and it does brake. So it does all of those. All right. And so this here is what side? This is derecha. Why my right is on top. I never do right on top. So this here will be right. That's why they were backwards. This one is now, why I did that, I don't know. Let's go and swap these instead. There. There we go. All right, so that's better. The left is up top now where it belongs because I'm left-handed. So this is, okay, so we will get red lights. So we'll get red lights when the left directional is on, when our brakes are on, and when the headlights are on. Perfect. So that is what we want. Next thing, the only time we want the higher intensity of the red lights is if the brakes are on. That is correct. That is good and proper. Okay, so let's check this one, make sure this one, right directional, brakes, and headlights. That one works. All right, good. So that should work. I'll get in chat in a second. I'm just thinking through this problem. If I get interrupted mid-problem, that's when I screw it up. All right, so lights are off. Good. Brakes, S key. You suck with 1,000 moons. Why you just do the left side, you ding-dong? That's got to get fixed. All right, left directional. It's on the correct side now. Right directional. Okay, the right side is dead. Brakes. All right, so the intensity is right. Something's up. Let me check chat. Clear my mind a second. It's some small problem, I guarantee it. I don't know. I just always do RGB. That's just what I do. Yeah, I was just talking about KD release. I'm just back up in there. Yeah, I'm gonna test it out. I just wanted to work better. The station keeping I wasn't happy with. I've got that tuned in now. that was something I worked on and I didn't release that version. Then I ran into some other problems or I ran into some other features I needed to add. And so once it's back in the career build series and I really get Katydid tested and things are I'm happy with it, I will release it. I wanted to release it earlier, but it just wasn't to where I was happy with it. You know, like the other thing I was saying too is it's like when I release it, I want to have a good enough workshop page. Like Katydid is complicated. Katydid has a lot of systems, and so I will not release a workshop page that just says have fun if it's a complicated build. I need to go into Katydid and I need to explain all the systems to Katydid. That's generally why I do a video, is I'll do a video and I'll say, hey, to learn this, watch the video. And then it puts it on you. If you don't understand how a system works and you won't watch the video, well, guess what? You're not going to know how it works. And I can be like, hey, dude, go watch the video, man, if you want to learn how it works. Because it's so much easier and I can actually show you. And it's how I like to teach. It's how I learn instead of just reading it on there. And you can actually see me run it. Yeah. Messy microcontrollers are, you know, I try to keep them clean. It makes it easier for me to find things, and that's why I do it. Diablo, you can make a microcontroller, just need practice. If there's anything you need tutorials on, go in the Discord. I'll drop the channel. Where the hell is it? Video requests. If you go into video requests, I'm always looking, especially for tutorials, because tutorials are kind of timeless videos. For example, if I release a career build series video, likely people are going to watch it for maybe a week. You get some small number of people who straggle and watch it, you know, maybe months later, years later, whatever, but it's usually only a couple people. A tutorial video, like I have one of my tutorial videos, it gets 1,000 views a month, every month, consistently, because people need to learn that system. And so I like doing tutorial videos. They're good for constantly getting views, and so it's something I like to do that gets a lot of views over time. But I need to know what people actually want to learn, because if it's something that everybody knows how to do already, you know, it's not necessarily worth the time to do. If it's something that a lot of people are looking for, you know, I like to do tutorials on that, on what people actually need. So feel free to Diablo, go on that Discord channel and put what you'd like tutorials for. More Peter. Oh, I'll have to see pictures of that one. That would be interesting. All right, so what the hell is my problem? So my problem was the left was running, the right was not running. What the crike is going on here? And it was when I flipped them. So I think maybe it has something to do with Boolean, X or Y or Z or W. X or Y or Z or W. Okay. X or Y or Z or W. So those are identical. All right, so what is going on? The right side is not coming on at all. And it flipped. When I flipped them, it flipped. So it's not an electrical problem. It could be a connection problem. So let's check this connection. Could be a composite connection problem. All right, this is to the right brake turn. This is to left brake turn. Are you powered? You are powered through. So that's not power, it's not that. This is interesting. Why? So we need to diagnose this problem. So this is one of the last things that this needs to actually be functional for me. So brakes, only the left side comes on. So the right side should also be coming on. It's not. Left side only comes on with reverse. And directional, we get nothing on the right, we get left. So it is definitely, so something on the right side that is not being triggered at all. So let's see, right side is down here. All right. So switch box, it starts in the dim position, which is there. That is going to the, okay, right here. It's the Z value. I'm dividing by 0. Okay, it's the Z value divided by 0. That would be it. So the Z's I didn't plug back in. And I'll move that and check it, and then should go between them anyway. All right, so that's what it was. It was the Z values. That's the negative of having this thing look clean is but again, it's not, you know, people make a big deal out of it. All I have to do is move it and I can see it. So you see it didn't take me long to figure it out, but So that should be it. One side was dividing by 0, and then I flipped them, right? And then the other side had the same traits. Oh, you suck. Why is this? What is going on there? Why is... No, I really don't get it. That should be... It should have been a divide by 0 error. Oh, I think I know what it is. No, it shouldn't be that. It should be pretty much identical now. All right, so if you have an identical system that is not behaving itself, that is all fine. Let me check this. That's plugged. 0 there to there. What's this switch here? So this is reverse. So reverse will kick on the whites. The white lights only come on in reverse. This one's red. This one comes on for these conditions. We checked that. That was fine. And then it's plugged into right brake turn. Channels 1, 2, 3. That's fine. What do we have here? 25500. That's fine. 255, 255, 255. These are identical, so they should be running identically. Those are plugged to this numerical switch box. And then all right, so that plugs into that there. All right, so they all have their, did I not? Okay, that's the same. All right, so there's my light division there. Light division is plugged into all of the Z's. Everything Z. Z, 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 Z. Done. Okay. Next one's the dimmer. So this should be plugged into the middle value on each one. Middle value, each one. Plugged on. This could be, this is only triggered on brake lights. To go, and this is just up. Dimmer, nope, that's fine. Dim and bright, that's connected, that's fine. This is working fine. It should be working fine. Let's take this and drag this in the middle as well. Here's the divider. That should all be working. Why not? 255, 255, 255, 255, 2. Okay, so there should be 4 of these. Then it should be 0, 0. That's fine. What the hell is going on with this? 1. Channel count 3, default 1, goes to composite 1. That's reverse. This is triggered, so that should go 0 unless this is triggered for a red signal, which is fine. That is the red values. Okay, Y, oh Y, oh Y. Let's check this. So brake lights, if we have brake lights, it triggers. If we have red, right directional, it triggers a red. And if we have headlights, it triggers a red. I'm not getting why the right side is deader than dead now. I'll have to look at it in a second here. Why? Interesting. Yeah, it's one of those times you're like, what the hell is the problem with this? I'll reconnect the node, see if that fixes it. Because maybe it's a bad node connection or something. I don't know. See, like, we get just reds now. Turn on the headlights. That's another condition. Where's the headlight? I got a headlight right there. Yeah, headlights, nothing. Okay. I would just delete it and reconnect, but the only reason I'm not doing that is I want to figure it out. I'm curious what the problem is. X or Y or Z or W, X or Y or Z or W. There's no and there to screw it up. All right, let's do this. Yeah, that one won't copy anyway. Doesn't take that long to do fresh connections and get it where it needs to be. Let's actually do this. I'm going to disconnect the composites and reconnect them. So let's check something really quick. Let's do this. Let's plug in the left side and see if the left side commands everything now. We'll do a little bit of method here and see if we can figure it out. So they all should come on now. They do. Okay, left directional. Everything should left directional. Yep, left directional everything. I probably can't shut that off now. Let's go in reverse. Right, reverse. So that's working like that. Okay, so plug it back into right side. Okay, so it lit up now. So it looked like a composite connection problem. Brakes? No. What the Christ? So now white is working. So reverse is now up. Right direction is working. Okay, so it was a composite connection like I thought it was. So my code was fine. It was a composite. It was sometimes you get a bad connection there and you have to reconnect it. So that was just game bug. Okay, good. And then what do I want? I need to do my brights here. So this is reverse lights here. And reverse is my top set. So there, 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 and there. See, like, I don't need to see, like, this is going to be people like, you know, hey, you could do the simpler. You could, you know, do one set of white lights and you could do one set of reds and you could, like, copy it different. Yes, I could do that, but by doubling it up, it's much more configurable. So there's much more compact ways of doing this. I really don't care about the compactness. I care about making it so that I can easily configure this. And if I put it on a different vehicle, I might say, for example, let's say I wanted to split the lights. The reason I don't have split lights on this is because I don't have a lot of space on my microcontroller. So you notice the whole left side blinks and the whole right side blinks. What ideally, if in a perfect world, I would have one of them go yellow and the other one still do red for directional. And I'd only have one set come up for brake lights, but I just don't have the space for that. And so instead of doing that, I have it less functionality. Well, if I put this microcontroller on another build, I could then use these extra nodes to add in, ambers and add in just directional colors. And so that's why I'm not doing that presently. All right, channel 10. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is where the issue comes in. I still don't like the functionality of my directional. That's what I'm trying to fix here. Let's fix that. I need to do that. I'm really not liking it. So where does this go? This goes to, where's the seat? Seat, where is seat? Seat, right here. Seat data. Seat data comes in right here. Panel pass-throughs here. All right. And then that goes out. All right, so channel 10, I'm writing channel 10 for left, right. And find channel 10. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, could go on, could piggyback on 7. All right, so that goes to panel. This is panel pass-through up here. Where's panel pass-through? Channel 3, engine, okay. All right, so I'm just going to double check something really quick. I think this is going from panel pass-through. Panel pass-through goes from here to there. That's fine. And then what's going in here? Here's panel pass-through comes from the panels. So this is going up and through the panels and then back through. So I need to check this really quick. It goes up to number 8. This is through 4. So if I add this, it needs to be a high enough number. So I'm doing it on channel 10. I have a channel 11 anywhere. What are you? Channel 1. Okay. All right, so I need to write in channels, a couple channels here. All right, so it needs to go in through the panels here, and I need to go And so I want to do, what was it, 10 and 11? Now let's just do, yeah, let's just do 10 and 11. 10. So I'm just going to change my direct, oh, no, get out of there, you. I'm just going to change my, I didn't want this, wrong one. I need to change my directionals. Currently, they're left-right arrows, but the problem is I can't get rid of both of them at the same time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start on channel 10. We'll do 2 channels, and this will do my directionals. I'm going to put them on my seat, and they're going to go to, instead of reading out the number, it's going to read out 1 and 2, and that will be my new directionals. Because I've never liked having it set up that way. It never performed well, so. Okay. All right, and so that's going to hopefully be able to switch up my directionals, because I don't like the way the directionals are running right now. They're pretty useless. Hopefully channels 10 and 11 are not used for anything, because I didn't take a ton of time to check it out, so shall see. All right. So 1 is going to be my left directional, and then 2 is going to be my right directional. Okay. So there's my directionals there, and then 4 is hazards. My flashers, nope, they need to be 10, 11, huh? 10, 11. 10, 11 are my new directionals, okay. You configure the seat. Actually, I'll keep it as toggle. I don't want to hold it. Okay, let's test that, and this is getting close. I'll work on some modules and workshop page and all that good stuff. Brakes, you suck. Why is it still doing this? Oh, I'm getting frustrated. Okay, so directionals 2. Not running on that either. 1. Okay, so the directional's working on that side. That's fine. Okay, so it's okay, so that's working on reverse on the right side. Okay, so red's not working, so it's a red issue. Am I getting anything on the right directional? Nothing. Okay, because right directional will be red, so it's a red issue on that. Okay, that's fine. Let's turn the hazards on. Okay. All right, so something's up with this right side. What? What? And it's only the red, so something's wrong on the red side of 2. All right, so this is white side. White is working fine now. Red is screwed up. I didn't replug in the division. It's dividing by 0 again. Okay, got it. That's what it's doing. It's got to be not nope. Nope, it's not. It's not that. Damn it, I was hoping that was the problem. Why? Up, there it is right here. I missed this one here. That's it. Okay. Update that. That's what it was. You see, one little node make you yearn for an early grave. There we go. So that one little node that screwed me up right there. All right, so there are brakes. The brakes are now off. Let's go. Headlights on. Okay, you're still bright, so we need to fix bright on that, which I don't know why the hell that's effed up. But we'll fix that. So that should be dim and it's bright. Right directional. It's broken. Left directional. Okay, that's fine. So something's up here. Okay, I know how to fix this. So, all right. So directionals are not working when the high beams are on. No, when the headlights are on, my directional's not working. Okay. Go back and fix this. I'm redoing the system completely, so it's like no wonder why I'm having issues here. Red was bright. When was red bright? So that's dim bright. Okay, this one's missing another node down here too. So that one was missing. Okay, that's one of the problems. Hopefully solved. Dusted. All right, let's test it again. I still don't know why. Let's try something. Could be in here is where I screwed up right in it. Let's check it. Yep, right here. That's what I thought. I screwed it up there. All right. It was, I didn't write out the 2 key as the key for right directional, so that would be why. Brakes, bright. Right directional, yay. Left directional, yay. Hazards, yay. Hazards off. Headlights, yay. Brakes and headlights, yay. Okay, what was the last thing I need to check on this? Reverse. Okay, reverse needs to come last because reverse needs to take precedence. That's fine. So reverse needs to come precedence even if we have the brakes on. I want reverse lights to come on instead. So what we'll do is flip these around here. So take this. Okay, what is this now? That's fine. White goes to the top there. That's fine. That works. Okay. It's reasonably ugly, but I'll live. All right, so that will fix that up for me there. All right, let's try this, see if this works. Check chat real quick. Yeah, it's, microcontrollers can be tough, but it's one of the rewarding things too, is once you start figuring it out, and you kind of have to do it piece by piece, learn a piece, do it, learn a piece, do it. And it's like, yeah, you can get into something like this where, like, if I get frustrated, what I'll do is I'll walk away, go do something else. It sucks when it's something necessary, but it's like, I was doing the VTOL autopilot, oh, I pressed the wrong button. That's me from, okay, good. So that's directionals are working. Reverse. Reverse, we have lights. Reverse lights should take precedence because I only want them on when we're reversing. That's fine. Forward. All right, good. So this is, I think, good here. Let's save this before I really get annoyed if I don't. All right, so that is good. Let's see, what else do I need to do in here? All right, let's go take this for a little spin. Spin-a-roni. Let's do this. I want to do some of the modules. Let's save. Let's do mini truck modules. All right, so here is the mini truck tank backup. And I'm going to make it so that I'm going to get rid of the spawner. People may disagree with that or not, but whatever. All right, tank volumes there, and then this is the what's that? Pump out. This would be pump out. All right, so those will be the two pumps there. All right, so that will allow us to pump in and out of this. Then I need to add a pumping system in here. So try to do with valves here. I want one pump, so. Symmetry off, symmetry's off, good. Yeah, microcontrollers I think are the most rewarding thing. It just, you really do have to learn them and it takes time and you kind of get frustrating, but it, at the end of the day you start to get it and, sometimes you are banging your head against the wall, but it's one of those things you just have to, if you want to get it done, you just kind of have to, you just have to keep at it. So this will pump down and through. And then I need a draw on this side to reverse flow out. Okay. I'm not going to screw around with this. It's not worth screwing with it that way. Let's just do this. It's not overly expensive. I like doing the valves just for fun, but it's just going to take me extra time that I don't need to spend doing it. Just do double pumps. All right, so that's just easier there. Wanted to make it complicated for some reason, decided nope. All right, so that's good. Let's go in the micro here. All right, good. So that's done. So this will allow me to pump into airplanes and such with the actual pump, and then I can also pump out of sources that don't have their own pump. The way I had it set up before was you could just passively flow it in with a valve, and that way, if you had, there are any instances. Are there any instances where I don't need it to do that? No. Here, let me quickly do this. This will save as a copy. I think we're good the way I had it, man. Let me check it really quick. Yeah, so this is the way I had it before. I'll leave it like this. So I can pump out of the tank into, say, an airplane that doesn't have a pump. But pretty much anytime I'm pumping, anytime I'm taking fuel in, it's from a source that has a pump. So it'll pump in through. Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. I'll get rid of the spawner. Okay, that's fine the way it was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it like that. Alright, so let's save this. Alright, let's go do a quick test on this. Grab the mini truck. Let's grab the tank. Yeah, I was overcomplicating that tank for no reason. Alright, so that's in. I should put in a button to disconnect that. What are you looking at here fuel-wise? Okay, fuel's not plumbed. That's fine. I put in new fuel tanks. We're good. I need to fix that. Alright. Sounds good. No issues. A little bit cranky on the steering if I really give it the beans, but again, people will also be like, I'm skidding all over the place. It's like, dude, you're trying to go 150 miles an hour everywhere. But I'm purposely like trying to cut my corners here to get it, see if I can really lose control, and I can't. Like, see there, I could do a nice drift. Generally, if you lift off of the accelerator, you'll straighten right out. So it's like, like there, I'm off the accelerator, steer into the skid. Do I make this thing make an automatic version of this? I don't know. I don't like an automatic, but I know people do like an automatic. I'm trying to get this thing to misbehave a bunch, but it doesn't really want to, so. It's behaving itself pretty good. Slam on the brakes, it doesn't stall. Alright, good. And let's go ahead and put the parking brake on. Put it in neutral. Alright. We want diesel. Which one are you? Pump out. And it fills on its own. Do a quick little run around, see how it behaves, because I was trying to get the weight, like normally if I was just doing a car or something, I'd try to get the weight 50-50 between the wheels, and this I'm biasing it towards the front right about here. And the reason is you're going to be putting some, it's actually a work truck. You need the weight biased forward so that the load will then pull it back to center. So, see how we're looking here. So this is in gallons as well, so you know, we're coming up on like 1,000 gallons here, so that's a lot of fuel. So 781 gallons. Not bad. So that's reasonably heavy. You figure, what is it? That's, was it 1.84? So 781 times 1.84, so we're talking 1,400 kilograms. So about 1.5 tons. Oh, I have the parking brake on. There we go. Okay. So it's definitely geared low enough to have a good bit of weight on it. No struggle at all, as you can see. Let's check the speed. Doing 53 miles an hour. Again, this is a mini truck. It's not supposed to be going uber-duber fast. Try to get it to misbehave. Still works really well, even if I try to get it to misbehave. Let's do another U-turn. See if I can get it to misbehave. Really does not want to misbehave, so it's good. Yeah, automatics are just, they have no, they're so boring, man. It's just like, oh, hold down my W key, and then somebody inevitably, like 5 minutes later, says, I'm bored, what, nothing to do. It's like, yeah, put a manual gearbox on. Like, right here, I'm still in top gear, okay? I didn't take it out of top gear. I'm still in top gear. You know, so you could literally just be like, click, 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 you know, and go all the way to top as well, and you don't have to worry about it. I don't know why people are so opposed to manuals. It's like a manual's so much better. So I spun a little bit there, but again, I'm trying to. So I'm still in top gear. I still haven't downshifted. So like this, watch. I'm going to turn left here. Downshift, downshift. That's what you're supposed to do. Controls my speed. Upshift, upshift. I'm going to take my next turn here, doing a proper manual. Slow down. Downshift will help you slow down. Go into the turn. That's the thing that people don't understand with automatics is I don't have to hit my brakes. No brakes. Downshift, turn. Upshift. I didn't have to hit my brakes at all. If I have an automatic, I have to hit my brakes generally to trigger the automatic to downshift. The manual, I know I'm doing a turn. My automatic doesn't. So there goes downshift, turn, upshift, upshift, turn, downshift, turn, upshift. So like I as the driver know what I need. The automatic can't know this. Downshift, turn. So like generally I try to trigger my automatic realistically, like when it would trigger, but it's not going to know when you take a turn. So it's like it's better to have a manual, and because the manual, you know, it's just math, it will bring you down to a maximum speed. So downshift, downshift, turn, upshift, upshift, downshift, downshift, turn, upshift, upshift. So like that is, one, it's more engaging, it's giving me something to do, but two, I know when my turn is coming. It doesn't. And so what I usually do for my automatics is what you do in real life. Well, when am I going to do it? When I get off the W key and when I get down to a certain RPS. So now it's going to, I have to wait for it to downshift. You know, now I can downshift when I'm ready to turn, upshift. Okay, I'm going to turn left now. Simple. Downshift, it slowed me down. Turn, upshift. So that's one of the reasons why I like the manual. It's just so much better in every way. It's like, yes, an automatic can, like, it can't predict the turn, but as I slow down and I get to a certain RPS, it would then downshift. It would downshift right there. I don't want it to downshift there. I want it to downshift right prior to the turn. So I'm going to come up. And so generally my automatics work this way. If my W key is, say, greater than 0.9 and my RPS is greater than X, upshift. So then when you upshift, if your gearbox is set up properly, and this is a big if for a lot of people, if your gearbox is set up properly, it will then, your RPS will drop, and so now you don't meet the conditions for the next upshift. Your W key is still pressed down, but you don't have enough RPS, and then as soon as the RPS hits, it will upshift again. You're still holding down W. It will wait until the RPS comes up, upshift again, then downshift. You take your finger off the W key. So you say, okay, when it's below 90% and the RPS is below your downshift point, say 1100, it will then downshift. So when you stop, let's say we stop, what will it do? It will downshift, downshift, downshift. But then you have to put a protection system in so it doesn't go in reverse. So you have to change your reverse system. So you have to then put in a separate reverse, which isn't a big deal. You'd say, okay, so what you could do is you could do an up-down counter. And you do, okay, so I have drive, which is 1, 0 is neutral, and then -1 is reverse. So you put a simple condition in there. If we're in drive and my W key is greater than 90, and my RPS is greater than, say, 1400, upshift. Okay. Then you say, okay, when I put my transmission in 0, that's neutral. What's it do? Put it in neutral. Simple. All right. Then you say, when my transmission is -1, give me reverse. So it's not that hard, but it can't, the whole reason why, like, as a professional truck driver, why do I want a manual? I know the hill's coming. I know that the turn's coming. I know that the stoplight has been green for a while, which likely means I'm not going to be able to make it through it. I'm going to have to stop. So because I know all these things, I can select the proper gear for those conditions. All the automatic does, and this is how it does it in tractor trailers, is it says, okay, is your foot on the accelerator and do you have enough RPS to make the change? Okay, you do? Okay, change up. Well, guess what? It doesn't know the hill's coming, and so what does it do? It upshifts you right at the base of the hill, and now it has to downshift 3 times to go up the hill. Well, as a manual truck driver, what would you do? The hill's coming. I'm going to stay in my gear and I'm going to keep the revs up high because I need the extra torque to go up the hill. And then you're hitting the bottom of the hill with more torque, and you actually make it up the hill faster than the guy with the automatic because the automatic upshifted like an idiot, and then it downshifted. The other thing that aggravates the hell out of me with automatics is, for example, we had some automatic Kenworths were the worst. All the automatics were the worst, but were bad at this, but the Kenworths were the worst. You'd come up to a stop sign, okay? You look left, and you'd see, okay, there's a car like a mile away. Great. I'm going to come up to my stop sign. I'm going to stop. I'm then going to go. All right? Easy peasy, right? Now, what does the automatic do? This is what the automatics would always do, and it would drive me insane. Is so I come up to the stop sign. The car is still about, he's still a ways away, but he's coming. I would stop. And then I would press the accelerator, and it would literally do nothing. And you'd hold your foot down. You'd be like, go, you bastard, go! And the truck would then shift gears, and then it would start to go, and then the car is too close, and you'd have to hit the brakes again, and you'd have to start this process all over again. And so many times with an automatic tractor, you miss the gap because in a manual, I'm already at the stop sign, and I can start rolling up on the clutch so I can stop, just tap the clutch in, get stopped, and then the engine's still spun up, drop off a little clutch, and go. And so I did a full stop, but my engine, my transmission are all set to go, and guess what? I pull out in a smaller gap. The automatic, it doesn't know what the hell's going on, and so that's one of the many reasons I loathe an automatic is it doesn't know what's going on. You as the driver do, and so it's more. That's what I mean by more engaging is you know what's going on. So it's like that was more fun for me driving around here because guess what? I had something to do. I wasn't just putting around. I'm like every time I want to turn left, I'm gonna downshift. So here we go, left turn, downshift turn. Okay, upshift, upshift, downshift turn. I've yet to hit the brakes. I don't need to hit the brakes because I'm letting my transmission control my speed like you're supposed to. All right, up, up, turns late, 2 downshifts. All right, upshift, upshift. All right, which is it? Is it the first turn or is it the second turn? Oh crap, it's the first turn. Downshift, downshift, upshift, upshift. So, you can plan ahead for that. You can, and the automatic transmission will do it. Let's say you slammed on the brakes because you want to take that first turn off, not the second one, and you were late, you braked too late. But you have to wait for the automatic to downshift 2 gears. I can manually do it, and I can force it down 2 gears, and that will help me slow down. That's called engine braking because, the engine has a max RPS setting, and the transmission is only multiplying what the engine's doing, and it's giving me resistance the whole time, which is slowing down my wheels, which gives me braking. And so when I needed to make that quick left turn, I just went downshift, downshift, and it minimizes how fast my vehicle can go perfectly. All right, so let's jump in this. I'm just check some chat real quick. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like press W and eat a hot dog with your hand. It's like, it's boring as hell, man. And then the same people will be like, I'm bored. It's like, dude, just try it. Like you can, at the end of the day, it's your opinion. If you like an automatic better, great. But a lot of people are just resistant to even try it and see the benefits of it. And like they'll hit the brake. You have to hit the brakes to make you turn. I didn't have to hit the brakes because what do I want to do? I want to lose about 3 to 5 miles an hour. And if I tap the gearbox down, it's going to drop me about 5 miles an hour. And so I know that if I really need to slow down like I did on that, simulated panic turn, I dropped 2 gears. Well, guess what? Now I'm about 10 miles an hour and I'm limited because my engine cannot give me any more speed than is set in the gearbox. And so I know 2 taps, I'm dropping 10 miles an hour. I can make that left turn without sliding. And then I upshift. And then I upshift, and then we're back to going again. So it's more control, it's more engaging. You know what it's doing. You don't have to worry about why is it doing this. And dude, it's funny how accurate people want this game to be. when real life is not all that accurate. Because like people are like, uh, like some, I keep getting comments. Oh, I added 0.001 to the I value of your module engine controller, and now it holds the idle perfectly. Okay. I have never driven a vehicle that holds the idle perfectly ever in my life. And I have, I would say, 1,000,000 miles at least driving. And I have never had I've never had any engine in any vehicle I've ever driven. I've driven more vehicles than most people have. I've never had one that had a perfect idle, you know, and you don't need it. And so it's, and so they're like, oh, I got it perfect. And it's like, okay, man. It's like like I said, I've literally never driven something with a um, perfect idle. You don't need it to be perfect. You need it to be workable. You need it to work, and that's all you need. You need to be in appropriate range, you know. And so that's all you really need. And so it's like, yeah, could I? Okay, so watch how I do my. I'll show you how I do my engines here really quick. I've shown it before, but I'll show it again. So I've also changed some stuff. So this is kind of my new way to do it too, is I put in a function clamp x times z, y, z. And the reason I do that is this. It lets you change and configure engines. So one, with these property, if I go and I update this and I go out here, you'll notice it's right here. So engine idle was that tab. Engine max RPS was this other tab. And I know some of the guys doing the challenge, they asked, hey, can I reduce the max RPS? Yep, that's why it's there. And this is the whole reason, is because they didn't want their truck going so fast. So what do? Okay, I want my truck to go a little bit slower. Okay, 13. Okay, I want my truck to go faster. 20. I want my truck to go slower. 15. All right. My engine idle. I don't want my engine idle that high. Okay, 3.5. All right. My clutch application. So here, somebody was complaining about my. I try to build things simulator, and so they weren't complaining. I don't mean complaint as a pejorative to give them crap. I'm just saying they had a comment about the Mac Pinnacle. They said, "Oh, I like it, but I'll get the exact comment so that I can explain it. I'll find the exact comment and I'll explain it to you. Let's see. Let's see. Workshop. I'm not going to show it just because I don't want this person doesn't need to get flamed or have a bunch of people. I don't want to put them on the spot. I'm not going to say their name or anything. I'm just going to read it. Where are we at here? What the hell is it? That was the Mac Pinnacle. All right, guys, I'm just going through my builds, trying to find it. I know it's around page 5 or 6. Maybe it's on 4. There it is. All right, Mac Pinnacle. So they put a comment. It was, excellent truck, love the detailing and gearing. Only thing I think would be better is the weird clutch delay. I moved the seat WS straight to clutch, and it's perfect for me. Love the work. Keep it up. So it was a regular, and my response was the clutch is set up to be realistic as I have driven this truck IRL. And so the point being is guess what? Go drive a real tractor, and you need to lift your foot off the clutch. You need to rev up the engine, and you have 80,000 pounds behind you. It's not a sports car. It shouldn't take off like a sports car. So this person, they hooked the WS straight to the clutch. Well, guess what? You don't have a tractor anymore. You have some weird amalgamation that you made. And guess what? It's on the workshop. You want to do that? Be my guest. But I built it to be realistic. And so now it's not realistic, and now it's on the workshop. It's yours. Do what you want with it. But there's a reason I did that. So say, for example, that person had this criticism. Again, this is from my 1,000,000 miles in these vehicles. I have some understanding of how they're supposed to operate. Well, if we look, we release the parking brake, start it up. And this is the delay they're talking about. So I press the W key. Okay, it's in neutral. That's a bad example. I'm gonna hit the brakes and then we'll go. Okay, put it in drive. And here we go. All right, we'll hit the brakes again. I'll tell you when I press the W key. All right, I need to get the brakes off first or else the brakes are gonna be applied. Okay, ready? W key. All right, because this is simulating a manual. You need to start taking up the clutch, rev up the engine, and then you go. It's not an electric car that just instantly goes. All right, so now how do you fix that? or how do you change that? Go on the microcontroller. If you go to clutch application RPS, that number there is 5. My engine idles at 4, and it does not apply any clutch till 5, and it takes time for the clutch to go. Okay, so watch this. 4. So it idles at 4, okay? The engine now idles at 4. The clutch will apply at 4 or when I 4 and when I press down the W key. So we'll remove the parking brake, start it up. Okay. I'm going to press up to go into first gear, and I'm going to press W. W. Brakes. W. All right, so it applies faster. Okay, you want even more faster application. Okay, great. Let's go in here. Let's go to clutch. What else? Clutch. Right here, clutch. Application. All right, we'll go in here. Parking brake, 6. Upshift, they'll tell you when I press W. W. But see how it stuttered? Watch it again. So now see how it's stalling now because it doesn't have to load. All right, so watch this. I'll tell you W. Watch the wheel well. It will do a stutter. So 1, 2, 3, W. So see how it's stuttering? See how it's like bucking and it's bucking up and down? We'll do it one more time. So here we go. Press it. And W. See how it's bucking? It's jumping. You know why it's doing that? It does not have enough torque to get moving. And that's why a truck takes time to start. It's like, like you'll be stuck behind a truck in traffic and you'll be like, oh my God, I keep missing every light because the truck is so slow. Yeah. It's moving 80,000 pounds. You need to rev up the engine, let out some clutch, rev up the engine more, and then you need to the engine has to rev really high to build up enough torque. And a lot of people are used to cars. Well, guess what? In a car, you're moving generally your own ass. That's it. And so you don't need that. You don't need that much torque to get going. So, you can change it if you want it. Like, you can make the application 10 if you want. Actually, I haven't built that does that. Let's change it. 4 is fine. 4. And then you heard how that was stalling when I hit the brakes? That's this, clutch reset. If your engine is stalling when you hit the brakes, 4 should be fine with the standard clutch settings. But the whole point of the system is to act realistically, and it's fine if you don't want it to act realistically. Like that person just didn't want it to act realistically, but that was set up to be realistic. So here, upshift. I took the brake off. Parking brakes off. Yep. All right, so W. All right, notice it didn't do that bucking. Why? Because it has to build up to higher RPS to be able to go, which means you have torque. Now we're going to hit the brakes, make sure it doesn't make the stall noise. Okay, it makes the stall noise. All right, so it makes the stall noise. So what we do is we go in the panel, and it's stalling because it doesn't have time to zero out the clutch. No, yep, right here. So right here, let's change that to 3. Because what's happening is the wheels are still engaged to the engine, and the wheels are putting resistance on the engine. So what this will do is it's like it's telling our foot when to push the clutch down. So in real life, when you go to stop at a stoplight, if you've never driven a manual car before, you have to push the clutch in and you have to press the brake. And if you don't push the clutch in, the wheels are still connected to your engine. Well, your engine needs to turn to make compression to make power, to essentially fire. You go on your compression stroke, you need to compress that air. Well, guess what? You've just now connected that compression piston, which does not weigh very much, to the wheels, and you've connected those wheels to the ground. That piston is never going to be able to overcome the force of the ground to just turn the engine, so you stall. That's what stalling is. And so you need to push the clutch in. That's what that does. So now let's start up. 6. First gear. Okay, W. 1, 2, 3, W. Okay. Now, the only thing we're fixing this time is, remember, I hit the brakes and it made that restart sound. And slam the brakes. Brakes. All right, still doing it. So what we'll do is we can change this up to, so we can go all the way up to 4. So let's go 3.5. So now when we get as low, when the RPS of the engine goes down to 3.5, we're going to push the clutch in and reset the clutch. All right, here we go. And brakes. That's still doing a little bit. And we're going to still do this as well. We can go, we also want to fix that. We can do this. There's 2 things we can do. We can increase the clutch reset, and we can also go like that. That now, so what this does is this auto starts the engine so that if we stall, we don't have to restart the engine every time. So here we go. Brakes. Still doing a little bit. Let's see what's up with that. I may not have hooked up the auto to 0. So these are all the little things I put in there so you can, so it's more configurable now. All right, so this is the clutch counter, and then make sure I put this in correctly. I added this earlier today, so I want to make sure I did it right. So here's the clutch reset RPS. If the RPS of the engine, I didn't plug, did I plug in RPS right? Let me check. Make sure I plug that into RPS. I did, okay. That's plugged into RPS. So if the RPS is less than this value, it's going to come over here, X, Y, or Z. Yep. That resets the clutch, makes the reset 0. Okay, that's good. All right, so that is that, and then we can still play with. We still have space, so I went down 2 1/4. Clutch application is now 4. Let's go up to 3.75. And all I'm doing is getting rid of that reset start because I'm starting to stall the engine. I'm getting it below the RPS rating the engine needs just to run. All right, still doing it a little bit. Get down even lower here. Oh, I didn't mean to go all the way in the panel. Let's go, where are we at here? 2. Do 3.9. You know, and the only case this happens is when you slam on the brakes, you know, and so it's again, it's something small, but it's a little detail that I like to get in there and try to not hear the sound. And so again, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, like that person was complaining that the truck took some time to start. Well, what is a, yeah, well, Mr. G, did you just get here? Okay, here it didn't do it that time. Let me turn the volumes up. Did it that time. Didn't like it that time. Yeah, so what Mr. G is talking about is a higher idle, and we actually just changed that, and it was for an example. So the clutch application is 5. You can change the idle up, so you could do like a 4.5. The whole reason I brought those down, I was doing an example. Somebody was complaining that my truck took some time to start, and I was explaining it was doing that on purpose, and so I was playing with the numbers to show how you could change it. Still wants to do that. Still, the clutch is not getting a fast enough trigger. Do not know why the clutch is not triggering fast enough. What is this going to? Starter will give me a zeroed out clutch. That's correct. Okay, starters give me a zeroed out clutch. That's correct. And then we have, that's if we're in neutral, it will zero my clutch. So X, Y, Z, W if it's less than 3.9. So let's say, so I brought my clutch application up to 5. If clutch application is up to 5, what I can also do is do a declutching at a higher value. So let's go 4.7. And so again, this is just to get rid of that little noise, you know. And so yeah, so what we were talking about, Mr. G, if you missed it, was the is the configurability of this. So you can change your idle the reason why you want to high idle, the reason why you want to low idle. I'm still puzzled. Why is that going? That should not be doing that. Could change the idle to higher, but I don't want to. I'm not going to screw that too much. That one's fine. Go all the way to 5 on this. Let's try it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of that starter noise. Oh, parking brake's on. Parking brake will do it. All right, now it's gone. Okay, so I just needed. So that's the whole thing, is adjusting the numbers. And so to kind of recap what I was talking about there is, so this dude was asking why my truck takes a while to start. Again, it's built as a tractor. Let's save this. Damn it. Let's do this. I have to get rid of this thing. I hate doing that. I edited a vehicle that had an accessory in it. That's not the end of the world, this one, but some of them, it's a pain. So here, I'll show you the exact use case the guy was talking about. So like, here's the Mac Pinnacle, 18 speed. This isn't the one that's released. I didn't release the 18. Where is it? It's got to be this one. Okay. So here's the Mac Pinnacle. This was the one the guy was commenting about. We'll say commenting. So I'll leave the sounds up. If they're too loud, let me know. I'm just doing it so you can. Oh. Different controls on this one. The sounds are too loud, let me know. They're up just so you can hear the engine. Yeah. So this guy was he was commenting. Let's put it that way. I don't take it as a negative. He didn't want the vehicle that he was given. But so his complaint was this. So this is now brakes are off. Shift into first gear, and I'll tell you when I press W. W. That's how long it takes for a tractor to start moving. You do not drop your clutch on a tractor. You know what happens if you drop your clutch on a tractor? You break the drive shaft and you're in the shop. Now, a tractor needs to rev up in order to be able to pull massive amounts of mass. All right, so that guy was complaining about that because, ideally or likely, he's not doing this. Let's grab the... He's probably not doing the stuff that I'm doing. So let's do 53. I think I have a 51 that's set up here. So here's the LC 51, which there isn't a 51. Somebody asked, why do you have a 51-foot trailer? It's because somebody specifically asked for it, and I put out a 51 version. All right, so here's the LC 51. So LCs for long chassis. These are chassis trailers that are what you use to move containers. So this is why it takes that time to put in a slow clutch. Is in real life, you need to be able to drive this tractor when it has nothing on its back. You also need to drive the tractor when it has a ton of weight on its back. And so you want it to put in slow clutch application. You want it to rev up the engine because, like, again, another thing with manuals, in real life, if I know I have a really heavy... I've been reading chat. Yeah, I should be reasonably close. Let me see. Where did I leave off? I left off somewhere. I'll get back to chat in a second. Let me finish up this and I'll get back to chat. So, like, if you're driving a tractor trailer in real life, let's say I'm bobtail. Bobtail means no trailer, like just then, right? I would start in third gear. All right, second or third, generally second gear, but I'd start in third gear. So pop into 3, rev it up a little bit, clutch and go. All right, if I have a heavy trailer, I start in first gear. What do? I rev up more and I feather the clutch more. So again, the benefits of a manual transmission is what you need. An automatic doesn't know any of this. So an automatic doesn't know that you have 80,000 pounds on your back. All it knows is, hey, I'm a truck. And so it doesn't know that you need to rev your engine more. And so, for example, how would I handle this heavy trailer in real life? Well, one, I would leave the clutch in and I would rev my tack up more. So we're in neutral. I would rev up and then I would put the clutch in That's how I would do it in real life. All right. And so we're in game, we're having to simulate that. So there's second, third, fourth, fifth gear. You know, people will also ask, why do you need 18 gears? Well, this is a 10 speed, but why do you need so many gears? For this very reason. As soon as I go into 6th gear, I'm going to spin my tires unless I run the tack out. So see how long it's taken for this tack to go up? I need to sit here and let this tack go up. So I'll let this tack go up. I'll read some chat. Yeah, okay, so I'm up on, if you guys want to follow me in chat, I'll go along and you can tell me where I'm at if I forget. So I'm at stalemate 51. Even ignoring the boredom factor, I find manually shifting way more usable since you don't have analog inputs like a gas pedal. Yep, exactly. You know, you're able to control everything you want. You're able to set your max speed with your transmission. These are all things that are so much better. Yeah, that's the thing is the you know, I don't want an automatic car unless it's electric. For example, my car, I have a Clarity, so it's a hybrid. The electric motor always drives the car. Except one case, there's one gear in the car. It has an electric motor that always drives the wheels. And so you get instant torque, it's zippy, it doesn't look like a fast car, but I beat faster cars because it has instant torque. When I get on the highway, you know, so it's always electric. When it switches to hybrid, the motor turns a generator that gives electricity back to the engine, and the electric motor drives the car. There is one situation when a gear, you can actually see the icon come up on the dash. There's one gear, and it will attach to the front drive axle, and that only happens on the highway because the RPM of the engine is so high for being a generator. Like it sounds very loud when you just generate electricity, and it's at the right gear ratio only when it's on the highway to add extra power. So it has one little gear on the front axle that it engages with an electric clutch to give you that little bit of extra power on the highway. That's it. And you know, so I don't want a the only, you know, if I was going to have an automatic, I'd rather have an electric. You know, CVTs are gross. All right, let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Tuning the PID, yep. So like here, I finally shifted into the next gear. Now my tack is down to 1100. Guess what? I can't shift down again. And so this actually happens in trucks in real life. If you're going up a hill with a heavy load, it's not a car. You're not guaranteed full speed at all times. You know, and so this is why that truck starts off slow. You notice, I was able to go with this truck with this much weight on it. Now that person who was saying, oh, you know, it takes too long to start, it's taking that long to start, 1, to simulate a real truck, 2, so that it has enough torque to actually move a heavy load. Because, you know, some people, they don't actually play the game. And I actually, you know, I've shown in Career Build Series, I take 250,000 liters of fuel in one run with the truck. And that's because, so the truck has to be set up to do that actual work. But that's, you know, so that's explaining what the commentary was about. Let's read, I'm trying to hammer through chat here. Let's see. Fiat. I like the old Fiats. How's the how are the electricals going on that old Fiat though? Yeah, I'm starting to read it now, Zippy. I was just in the middle of something. I am reading chat. Yep. Let's see. So I'm in Eurosim. Go 5th. 3 go 5th. 3rd, 7 hour, 10th, 11th. Yeah, it's the same thing in a you know, a real life tractor is you can skip gears. You generally don't skip your higher gears because they are longer gears. But for example, like I only start in first if I'm, so like say I'm pulling a heavy set of doubles. That's 2 trailers. They're full. So it's 2 full 28 footers and the weight of the dolly, and you have 22 wheels. And so it's heavy. And so if let's say I'm flat on flat ground, I'm going to start in first. So I'm going to put it in first. I'm going to have to rev up more, then start giving it some clutch, letting out some clutch, and then I have to rev up even more, and then I have to start letting out some more clutch, and we go. So that's why the truck simulates a slow startup like that. And so then I'm going, okay, now I'm going downhill. All right, so I'm going to downshift because I want the engine to help me slow down, which a lot of people drive cars and they don't actually need engine braking and they don't know how engine braking works. In a truck, you need engine braking or else you're going to end up in the trees. And so you have to downshift. So brake, rev up, downshift. Now you're riding that low gear, and that's why you'll hear trucks, they're like, their engine scream is going, as they're going downhill, because they need that lower gear to make sure their engine is helping them to slow down. All right. And then so say, okay, so I stop on that hill. So now I'm going downhill. I have the same two trailers behind me. Well, guess what? I'm not starting in first this time. I'm starting in second. Why? Because I have 80,000 pounds behind me pushing me downhill. So that's helping me. Get started. Gravity is doing me a favor. So what do? I go in second gear, and now the load is pushing me. And so I don't need to go in first again. The load is pushing me. And so this is where a manual transmission, and especially as important in trucks, is sometimes, and it's again the truck doesn't know what gear to start in. And so if let's say I'm in a manual truck and I'm at the same hill and I have the same trailer and the truck weighs the same, I'm going to be able to go faster down the road than that automatic is, because guess what? The new automatics, they want to start in like third or fourth gear to save fuel. So you start trying to pull those trailers with the automatic, you put your foot down, the computer says, okay, I'm a truck. That's all it knows. And so it shifts into second or third gear to try to save fuel. And then it feels the heavy load and it starts to feel the truck struggling with all of its data. And then what does it do? It shifts down. That's why, I was talking about how the truck, you put your foot down, it gives you nothing. Because what it's trying to do is it's trying to make all these calculations saying, okay, he has a heavy load on him. Okay, so I was going to give him third gear so we could save precious fuel for the company. And now I'm going to have to downshift to second. Then it pulls in second. It says, second's not low enough. And it downshifts to first. And now you start going. And now you slam on the brakes because the car's there. And so it's obnoxious. Well, in a manual, I came to the hill. I knew, okay, I need to start in first gear. And here comes the car. And so I even look down the road. I see the car coming. I'm coming up to a stop sign. And, okay, I'm going behind him. So what do? I come up to the stop sign after the car is passed. So I slow down before the stop sign. I tap the brakes, clutch first, go. And now I'm faster than if I went in front of the car and stopped. And so it's like stuff like that, if you don't understand all the ins and outs of it, you might make a comment like, why is your truck take so long, or your truck takes too long to get moving? It's like, it's intended to do that for like 900 reasons that I generally don't explain. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm up to, let's see. I'm up to the question, Mr. G. Did you ever drive twin sticks? No, I never drove twin sticks. They're super cool. That would be kind of fun to drive them. So modern boxes, for those who don't know what Mr. G's talking about. So a modern box, let me find a twin stick tractor. Just trying to find a picture. I can't play a video. Here we go. There's a good, it's a YouTube. I won't start it, but it has the picture. So I'll put on display capture you guys can see. So here's twin sticks. So here's the tractor. You have two transmission handles here. In a modern transmission, this is done with the range selector. So you essentially have two transmissions sitting next to each other. And you have a bail that flips from one transmission to the other. You have your low box. So you have, in the case of the Eaton Fuller 10, you have 1 through 5 is the low box. 6 through 10 are in the high box. So what you do is you shift 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you bring up the range selector, and then you go back to the position where 1 was. Now that is 6. So what it does is flip to the other transmission, and now you go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You flip the range selector down, and then you go back to where 5 is, and you can hear a clunk as the air pushes the bale over to the other transmission. These old tractors, they had these 2 shift handles. So say this is your low box. So you start out in your low box, and this one is in neutral. You can actually tell this one is in neutral right now. This one's in gear. So he's probably in the high range box. So you would put this one in neutral, and you'd start with this one. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you'd put this one in neutral, and you'd go in this one. You go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And they even have even more complicated ones where you have to do combinations and then move a third handle, I believe. So, you know, I never got to use a twin. Twin would be kind of interesting, but this one looks like it's in neutral, and this one looks like it's in gear. Looks like a high gear. This is probably in top gear here, but yeah, twin handle would be fun. Like that's the kind of stuff I find to be fun that would drive some people in game nuts if it was if it was that interactive. Synchrocopter, you know, that might avoid him. Yeah, I knew that heavy trailer wasn't gonna like it. That's why I put it on there. Is that's the worst case scenario. That thing is you know, like here, you guys might be able to hear the thunder going off. If I lose you guys, it was the storm. So just keep that in mind. So like I pull these. Where am I? What is it? Tanker. So this is what I do now with the new oil update. I pull this one, and I pull. You can watch some of the videos on them. I pull these. These are what I pull. You know, they're like 250,000 liters, something around that. And so you can see the weight is more evenly distributed. I have triple axles in the back. I have quad dolly, and I have a triple axle in the back here. And that's what I pull my water weight with. This behaves better in game, having quads like this. It likes it better because this is one unit, so that would behave a little bit better. So yeah, like it's not gonna like this. I knew it was not gonna like this. It was gonna hate this. So what you do in real life is you can actually slide the axles back and forward. And so as the axles go back, it puts more weight on the axles of the truck. And you actually have a little sticker in your door that will tell you how many pounds this axle can hold. Usually it's 40,000. So that's like a 40,000 pound axle. So sometimes if the axles were slid all the way back, you have too much mass on here, and it'll start to pick up the front drive wheels. They don't pick up off the ground, but it removes the pressure on the front, and you start losing the ability to steer, and it's more likely you'll wreck. So what you would want to do is you pull pins, and you leave your trailer brakes on, and then you back up, and the trailer will slide on the axles, and then you reset the pin, and as these axles move forwards, more of this mass is balanced. So ideally, if the center of gravity is, say, here, you know, ideally if you can get the axles there, but then you have a huge tail swing, and you don't want that either. I'm just catching up. Yeah, CVTs are most certainly gross. They're just like, ugh, ugh. My trailer hitch point at the end of the trailer. For this one, it's not at the end, but it's where it's supposed to be on a LC. Like I'll bring up the 53. Where's the LC 53? Here's the LC 53. It's right here. That's where it would be IRL. It's right just back off the tongue, and you need that because if it's too far back, you start hitting your landing gear. We actually have issues with the 28-foot trailers. You'll actually hit the back of your tractor on the landing gear struts. So you have to have that pretty far forward. Yeah, you got to get them pretty balanced in game. For example, like somebody made a comment, they saw this in one of the live streams or when I was doing something, and they were like, "Oh, Captain has a white cab over that is coming," and I said, "Oh, it's not coming. It doesn't work." And so this is it. This is a hub shifter, and so I used to drive these, unfortunately. And so what they do is the hub shifters, the whole point is you can move trailers around a yard faster. So you come up on the side and you walk in the back, and then you come in and you have, as you can see, the fifth wheel comes up. And so the whole reason with that is you don't have to crank the landing gear. So if you're moving 100 trailers a day, you imagine how much time that would take cranking the landing gear. So it raises up like this, and you drive with the trailer is at an angle so that the landing gear doesn't need to be cranked. And the issue with this in game is, one, if you have a single axle with dualies, you only have two tires, the two inside tires, so it's already wobbly. And then the second thing is, if it's on a separate body, it really doesn't like it. So let's see if I can put a trailer in here. I don't have any trailers, not super duper heavy, but has a little bit of mass here. Let's take LC. Okay, here's shifter test. So this is full of lightning's going right now. So here's shifter test. Let's start. I need to open up a new one here. Grab a new. So I actually did the test for this. Let's do. All right, so here's shifter test. This should be full of coal. Nope, it's actually, this is empty of coal. So let's put a little coal in here. Especially we'll bias it towards the front a little bit. So the game really does not like this being on a separate body. See how it's like cranking it? It's pushing it in the ground. It's burying the front axle. And then it really hates this when I try to raise it. It gets very upset. Up, then shut the trailer brakes. Nope, trailer brakes should be off. Oh, that's the cable anchor. I hooked up the wrong side of the cable anchor. There we go. That's better. All right. You see, it is not happy. It's like it's digging in the ground. It works, but it's not fantastic. You know, it's certainly not full either. So it doesn't see how that's all stressed out. So it's just like it is not happy running something like this, because the game, that's just too much for the game. But it's like that's the point of a shifter, is instead of you raise, like I raised the landing legs here. Let's quickly, yeah. So the whole point of a shifter is you leave the landing legs down. And you raise it so that you can shift trailers more quickly. Let's see how it really just, like, the game does not like it. And that's why most of my, like, I would love to do a single screw tractor with one axle in the back, but notice, see how it digs into the ground. It's just not happy. You know, so that's the whole reason why. You know, so somebody had noticed this, and it's done. It's just pretty much done, but it's like, just can't really go in the game. Yeah, it's just like, I don't have that many use cases for it that it wouldn't just be a nightmare. Fifth wheel trailer that can move forward and backwards on the, yeah, they have sliding fifth wheels. Let me see if I can find a pic. You know, you can either do it with moving the bolts, but they also have sliding fifth wheels. And, you know, that's part of that is, again, to make more space. So these are all for RVs. I'm trying to find a proper tractor, not these little civilian vehicles. But you slide that back to give you more space. And so, for example, in our fleet, here's a proper one. So this is a sliding fifth wheel for a proper vehicle, not one of those little civilian jobs. But you know, they slide on these rails here, and so there's a pneumatic piston up here, and there's two pins, and the pins will lock in on the sides here. Like, you see where all the bolts are? The pins will go in between there and lock it. And so, like, all of our fifth wheels were slid all the way back because we operated 28-foot trailers. So you wouldn't. Nope, sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know. They, what do you call it? OBS changed it. It used to be if I click display capture, it would prioritize that. Now, if I have that and something else selected, it prioritizes the other thing. So, but yeah, so you can, so this, it locks in the side frames and you slide the fifth wheel back. All of ours were bolted back to the furthest spot because we work 28-foot trailers. And so you might, for example, let's say you're pulling a weigh station and you fail the weigh-in. One, you got a ticket. Two, you know, if you have too much weight on the rear axles, you can slide this forward, and now it's putting more weight on the axles of the tractor, and then you could slide the axles of the trailer, and that will readjust the weight. So if you have too much on the tractor, you can slide the axles of the trailer forward, and you can slide this backward, and it will prioritize more to the trailer wheels. And so you can move them all around to get the weights right. We never did super heavy stuff. The heaviest stuff we would pull is, see if I can find a dolly. So again, it loves to give me civilian stuff. So these are the nightmares. I hate these things. This is how one of the things that killed my back. But that's the dolly that connects the two trailers together. As you can see here, I didn't need a whole shabazz there. It was the open image. There's. So that's your dollies. These things are a nightmare. And so you can try to find slide axles. But yeah, I hate dollies. These things weigh 4,000 pounds. So this weighs 4,000 pounds, and that's how it destroys your back. Is you have to, it's like pulling a car to try to hook up the trailers. And then, like, the heaviest thing we used to do is, let's see if we can find a 53-foot intermodal. So we would take 53-foot intermodals, so think of this. We'd take a 53-foot intermodal, and it's full of dollies. They would take the dollies and they would stand them up at 45 degrees. I think they could fit like 11 or 12 of them in there. So you have 40,000, 50,000 pounds of dollies inside. The can weighs 10,000 or 11,000 pounds, and the chassis weighs 7,500 pounds. So you're starting to get the weight up there. Let me see if we can do, I think maybe they said 14. It had to be 14. 14 times 4, it's 56,000 plus 11,000 plus 7,500. No. How did I screw that math up? 14 times 4,000 plus 7,500 plus 11,000. That's 74,500. Max US is 80,000 pounds, unless you have an overweight setup. So we were within, was that 5,500 of max weight? And so these were ugly to pull up hills. They're heavy, and they push you the whole way down the hill. You have to downshift, or else you're gonna, overspeed. And you have to be careful of rolling them because you have a lot of mass up high up in the can. And so that was the heaviest thing we used to haul, was the we'd haul intermodals with dollies, because our building, we'd get in a lot of dollies. We wouldn't send out as many dollies, so we'd finally get like 250 dollies sitting in the yard, and we'd ship them out to other buildings that needed them, that sent more dollies than they received. Yeah, do you have the disasters on to get volcanoes? Yeah. Yeah, that's the nice benefit of having a union, is they tell you to haul something overweight, you tell them no. You know, because, who's going to be in court? The company's going to be in court, maybe, if you kill somebody with that. But you're definitely going to be in court if you kill somebody with that. logging truck, and so like for example, I've been told to haul illegal loads before, and because we had a union, just say no. And then like so first they asked me to. I told them there's no registration on this thing, and I asked them to get me a registration, and they said, oh, we can't get a registration. Just take it without. And I go no. And so he comes out and he goes, well, just So the boss comes out and he goes, and I go, and the license plate's missing. So there's no license plate, and there was no registration. And he says, well, just tell the cop that it fell out. And I go, you put that in writing, and I'll think about it. And he knew what that meant. He knew that I still wasn't gonna take it. I was gonna turn his ass in for it. And so that's one strategy I would use. Okay, put it in writing. You'd want me to take this. And the other thing is you need to put it in writing. So for example, if they told me to say take an overweight trailer, I would send them a text message or an email say, you want me to take an overweight trailer? ? And guess what? They were smart enough. They would never send you back a text that says yes, because they knew what we would do is if they sent back yes, that was going right to the DOT. And so now you have a paper trail. They asked you to do something illegal. You got it in writing, and you report it to the DOT. You did everything right. And so guess what? If you got fired, which with the union, they never messed with us, but if you got fired, guess what? You now are retired because you're going to sue the company. They asked you to do something illegal, and you were punished for it. You now get a nice settlement. And that's why, one, it's important to have a union. Two, it's important to get everything in writing. I'm just reading some chat here. Loggers in Texas doing 120,000 pounds. The problem is, again, you ever hit somebody that, I understand that attitude of like, oh, as long as nobody sees it. The problem is, even if it's not your fault, the crash, if you have 120,000 pounds on a logging truck and a car runs a stoplight and pulls out in front of you, you just killed somebody while doing something illegal. Let's say you get off because you had a dash cam of them running the light and you don't go to prison. Their family is going to do a civil suit, so you still might become bankrupt because of the civil suit. And then I would say 100% you're going to lose your license. And that's how you pay your bills. So it is not a good idea to be doing it. Oh, that's neat. The stamp for 4,000 over. Yeah, so it's like, I understand why drivers do it, but generally, if they had a union, they would not be doing it. And the reason is because with a union, you have a shop steward that you'd be like, you'd say, dude X just told me to do something illegal, and it protects you. Oh, I just got a bunch of messages. So, you say, this guy just asked me to do something illegal. Well, now they have them, and by the cones, and they generally have lawyers, and now the union gets involved, and so it's a better way to do a paper trail. And if they try to retaliate and fire you for not taking that overweight load, well, the union's going to say, okay, well, we have 20 guys here today driving. Do you want none of them to be here today? Because we'll all leave. And they know that's what's going to happen. They know there'll be a strike if they start doing this stuff, so they say, okay, never mind. And they'll pay what they end up doing is they pay an independent driver to haul the illegal load. And guess what we do? Then we grieve them because that's our work. And so we get paid and the independent gets paid, and the company had to pay twice because they want to do something illegal. And that's how you get things to change, and how you get company cultures to change is you say no. And it's tough. People have families to feed, and they don't want to get fired, but good jobs are good jobs because the workers were willing to say no, and the workers were willing to get good contracts, and the workers were generally willing to unionize. And you know what? It's why the lowest form of life on the planet is not an amoeba, it's a scab. Scabs, for those who don't know, scabs are people who, like, say the union goes on strike, and then you have some workers go in and work. They're scabs. They are the lowest form of life. And it's understandable. They have a family to feed, but that's how you lose your rights, is by bending. Is you need to go and you need to stand on the picket line with a picket in your hand, and you need to tell your family, hey man, this is going to make everybody's life better, and this is and the reason our lives are as good as they are now is because our grandparents went out and stood on a picket line. And the reason why our fathers stood in the picket line, the reason why the father's life was as good as it was is because grandparents stood in the picket line. You know, it's the benefits we have, the workers' rights we have now are because people were willing to take, willing to do the hard things so that we could have them. And so they could have them. So yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. It's the a lot of these the problem we get a lot of times is like Aaron's talking about the wood mills, doing it, uh, and so they're either self-employed, and there's not a lot of unions, especially in Texas. There's a I won't get into the politics of it, but there were certain presidents, back when I was born that started to erode the unions, and what they loved to do is they'd close a plant and they would move it down south. And so they moved this plant down south, and it was all a union busting tactic. And so you had all these people who I don't know, I wouldn't call them scabs because they closed the plant down and moved them, but it's essentially what they were doing is you had people making good union wages, and they closed the plant and they moved it down south, and they hired new people who now were not in a union, and or had, even if they were in a union, they had fewer benefits in the union, and so they were taking those jobs from the people up north who had good benefits, good contracts. These were good middle class jobs where you could afford a house on one salary with cars and put your kids through college. And you had other people willing to take the jobs with a short sighted view, and they ended up screwing it up. And then people were like, oh, none of these jobs pay any money anymore. It's like, yeah, because people weren't willing to stick on the picket line, and they didn't want to pay their union dues. And it's like I hear non-union people, and they'll say like, "Oh yeah, but you got to pay union dues." Yeah, my union dues is like $75 a month. My health insurance that I pay nothing for is $2,000 a month. So just for health insurance, it's worth many multitudes of what the dues are cost. And anytime if a manager is rude to you, guess what? I'm not talking to you. Go talk to my shop steward. You have no legal right. You have no responsibility to talk to that your manager if you think you'll face disciplinary action, or if you potentially could face disciplinary action, you have no responsibility to talk to your manager. That's your shop steward's job. That's your wine garden rights. So you can say, I want my shop steward present, and if you don't want to talk to him, you say, you talk to him. I'm done. And your shop steward will go talk to them. And if they're like, I'm firing that guy, like, okay, you fire that guy, you wait till tomorrow. And then what's the shop steward do? He calls the union. He says, get the lawyer on the phone. They're threatening to fire this guy. And so you know what the manager says? It's not worth it. And he goes back. And do you get some bad apples? Yeah. But you get a lot of good apples too. And that's what some of the propaganda does is it's like you save more good apples, hardworking people who are willing to stand up for their own rights and not endanger the public. One of the biggest safety things is unions for like the airlines. Most of the pilots are unionized. We don't fly tired. If you're too tired, we would call in fatigue. You say I'm fatigued, and they say okay, that's it. They don't argue with you. Okay, and they put you up in a hotel because you're too tired to fly. Because guess what? Before that, people would fly tired, and they would kill 150 people in the back of the airplane, or they would and they would damage a 500 $50 million airplane. And so the unions got the right that they could say, I'm fatigued, I'm not doing this, and so that's and that saves the public's lives because again, like you're talking the 120,000-pound logging trucks. If it was a union, if you're driving down the street and there's always logging trucks, like I was in Florida going to work on my motorcycle, and a logging truck had a log hanging out of the back of the truck because there was a paper mill up there, and it was dragging on the ground, leaving branches and bark and everything on the road. And for like miles, I had to stay like 1,000 feet behind him, and I had to dodge all of this crap he was dropping until he got to the paper mill. And it's like, if it was a union shop, let's say he saw the log, he pulls over, he says, okay, I need a crane to come put this log on, right? Well, if it's non-union, they're going to try to fire him. If it's union, he's like, no, bring the crane down. A log fell off. you know, and they're not going to fire him because guess what? They now talk to the DOT and they say, hey, he did everything right. He had a log that fell off. He secured the load, but it fell off, and he asked for a crane. And the company tried to fire him. And guess what? Now the company's in hot water with the DOT. You know, and that's the whole point of it. You know, that's one of the benefits of the union. All right, I'm just reading through some of this stuff. Engine sounds in game. I'm not a fan, but like right now, the question was about the engine sounds in game. I'm not a fan, but a lot of people are running super high RPS. And I tend to up the power and down the RPS. And so I'll show you where I play in volume-wise. So this one, here. So right now my volumes are at max sound. So that sounds like, you know, like people have said, it sounds like a roll of quarters in the washer. So there we go. That doesn't sound terrible to me. The idle sounds a little bit clinky. Doesn't sound terrible, but it sounds alright. That sounds pretty close to what a truck should sound like. It's not great, but it's not horrific. The problem is you get people who are running here. Let's find... let's see. This is another thing I want to show guys is so this is my tiny vehicle. It fits in Seagull. It will fit in the new VTOL. It will fit in the stall airplane. And so let's see. Can I find the? So this has a what the hell is this got for an engine? A 1 or a 2-cylinder? It's got to be a 2-cylinder just so I have enough space to hook. No, it's a 1-cylinder. Is it? Yeah, there's a 1-cylinder. So there's a 1-cylinder engine. So as you can imagine, this does not have a lot of power. So how do you get a 1-cylinder engine to work? I'll talk a little bit about the mechanics of it here. So I'm using the same microcontroller, Stormworks Basics microcontroller. What is that? Where's my clutch? Oh, I probably had to hook the clutch up differently because of space. I'm trying to find the clutch. Where the hell is the clutch? And so because this is so small, I could only have 2 gear boxes. So it really cuts down on my gear ratios. Where the hell is the clutch? I gotta find the clutch. I had to screw with this one because it's so tiny. I didn't have space for the microcontrollers. I had to move microcontrollers around. That was my clutch. Right here, clutch. So clutch. So see the side panel? I had to go to a side panel to get more stuff in there. So here is the controller for this. So like one of the things you do. So like I showed you those numbers on this stuff. So let me see. So right here, this is 0.001 for clutch application. If we go to the mini truck, which I was working on most recently, so 0.001, this one has a clutch application of 0.01. So that clutch on the little cart, it applies 10 times slower than this one. And the whole reason is that's feathering the clutch. And so like you do that in real life. So like I was talking about, like if you have a heavy load, you rev up and you gently let out the clutch and you rev and the clutch goes in and out, the accelerator goes in and out, and you're feathering. You're trying to give it more and more power and you're trying to get that load to slowly move. And so since this one has very limited gearing, listen to the difference of this engine and listen to how the clutch applies. If I can remember how I would start this thing. All right, so parking brake's 1. I can't tell if that's on or off. I got to jump off to see. I think it starts off. Brake is false. Okay. Yep. So this one, listen to the engine. So like that, I don't like that sound. But that's at full volume. So I generally run like somewhere around here. So I'm running there. I'm not a huge fan of them when they're rev at high RPS. This needed to rev at high RPS because it only has 2 gears. And so the way you can make this work is if you're underpowered engine, you make the clutch go in really slow. And what that will essentially do is you think about it as the clutch lets more and more power through. It's essentially like a CVT. It's giving you very granular RPS control. So it's like, for example, in my VTOL that I was building there, a 7.5 gear ratio is too high, and a 6 was too low. So I wanted a 7. So what did I do? I put in a 7. I put in a 7.5 gear ratio, but I limited the clutch. The clutch will only go to 89%, and so what that's essentially doing is giving me a 7, a gear ratio of 7. So what's my? Okay, so like listen to this shifting. So like we're in first gear still, right? And you notice this has what's known as a really long gear. So I'm in first gear. Let me back up to make sure. Okay, we're in first gear. Oh, I have to start it. Installed it. I'm trying to get it go backwards here. Okay, so we're backwards. Let's go forwards. All right, so this has a really long gear. So notice I start from 0, and my clutch is really slowly applying. It applies at 1/10 the speed of the other car. And I'm going 16 meters per second, so about 30 knots, 30-something mile, what, 37 miles an hour, something like that. So I'm going 37 miles an hour. So this gear is really long. It goes from 0 to 37. Put that in perspective. The Mack Pinnacle, in first gear, it goes from 0 to 3 miles an hour. And so, so this is a long gear. That's what's known as a short gear. So a short gear, it's from 1 to 3, and then it goes 3 to 5, and then it goes 5 to 7, I think, 7 to 9, and then it starts going longer. This one, on the other hand, with that slow clutch application, I'm able to simulate a really long gear. And then I shift up. Now watch this. Watch my tack. So I'm at 17.38, right? Watch me shift up. It dives the tack, and it takes a long time for it to speed up, because it has that really long, and there's go up another shift here. So one thing you used to get is, for example, old cars, like I'm doing that build challenge was 1950s. A lot of them had, Mr. G, do you know what the C1 had? Mr. G built a C1, but a lot of the cars had 4-speed transmissions. And so what happens is you would have to, so you go in first gear and you'd stay in first gear for a long time, and it would be like revving and revving and revving and revving, and it would take you like, say, 10 seconds to get to 60, maybe more. And then you would shift in a second, and it would, because the gear is so, because you only have 4 gears, they have to be very long gears. And so second gear, you would have to be in second gear for a long time, and you'd go almost to stall, and then you would go all the way up to red line, and then you would have to shift into third, and you'd almost be at stall, and then you'd have to go all the way up to red line, and then you'd shift into 4, and you'd be at almost stall, and have to go all the way up to rev line. Now if you put an 8-speed in there, it would be, you'd never get close to red line, and you never get close to stall, but you go to red line. And so you go like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. And the same thing is, that's like my 18-speed transmission of my truck, is I can move anything at any speed, no problem, because each gear is so short, and I'm always at the peak torque. I think the C1 was a 4-speed. Mr. G built it, so I'm curious if he knew off the top of his head. Yeah, so I'm on the engine sounds comment. Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of it. Here, let's play with the files a little bit. I actually was getting ready to start screwing with them too at some point. See if I can find the files up. It's in the regular, what is it, users? I think it's in documents, users. I'm trying to find them. I'll switch screens when I get there. Oh, what is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? My games. Nope, it's not there. I'm trying to remember where they put this. I think it's in Steam apps. Let me check. The program file, Steam apps. Steam apps, common. Stormworks, ROM. Here it is, audio. Here, I'll bring you guys in. Yeah, so this is the audio, right? So like if you go, where is it? FX, I think it was like FX3. I was trying to fix some of the sounds myself, seeing, again, this is something they could do. This is low hanging fruit. They could do this, and this would make people super happy, and it would be really easy. So for example, if we go here, we have engine heavy louder. I'll even make it quieter because that's what we listen to. So there's engine heavy louder, all right? You know, so what you could do in game what I tried doing is actually reducing the sound. So like the engines, you can change out this folder here. So it's Steam Apps Common Stormworks ROM Audio FX, and they're in here. So you could theoretically do it. So what I wanted to do is actually, where is prop? Trying to find where, I think prop was the one I was looking at. I think it's an FX3. So my plan was to go in here and play with these and try to record my own lower volume propeller noise. All right, here's ducted fans, for example. What's this boat? The ducted fan, and oh, that's the end. That's it stopping. These are end logs. Maybe it's an FX2. Let me see if I can find it. It takes forever to load all these files up, so. All right. There's engine starters. Where the hell? Oh, here's propeller. So here's your propeller. I'll turn up. So for example, like, I think the rotors are too loud. So what I wanted to do was I tried this in Audacity. I couldn't get it to work. What I did was I loaded, say, one of the propeller noises in, and I loaded one of the propeller noises, and what I was trying to do is re-record it so that it was at, say, 50% of the volume, and then replace the folder. Every time the game updates, though, you're going to have to redo it, which all you'd have to do is re-drag in your copies back in. But the plan was to do that, and what that would do is reduce the volume of the sound of, say, propellers. Like the boat propellers are absolutely obnoxiously loud. Let me see. So here are all the propellers. Here's propeller small loop. So like that's propeller small. This is medium. That's, I think a lot of the problem is the game has them too loud for propellers. Like you can't hear your engines running sometimes, but you hear the propeller is like all you hear. And so what I wanted to do is go in there and actually change those so that they're quieter. I can't figure out how to do it though. I don't know if the game sets the actual decibel level of it. If that's it, I need to find where to set the decibel level, which is kind of a pain. Let's see if propellers in here. You know, like these things, people have been, here it is right here. Propeller small, like that. People hate this noise, as do I. This is the noise of the propeller. If it was at like 50% volume, I think it would be so much better. Like, I don't really care what it sounds like. It's more that it's too friggin' loud. Is this the folder I worked on? Like, that's the generator sound. Very small loop, marine, medium. Yeah, so like that's, I think, one of the propeller noise maybe. Yeah, so like these are where all the sounds are, and like a lot of them, I just wish they were quieter, and I think it's in the game file. I don't think you can just edit this, because I think what it's doing is it's taking this, and it is setting the volume slider in game like this. So it's like the file stays the same volume and the game changes it, so it would make it so that you can't edit it. Unless you go in those files. So I don't know. That's my hypothesis, though. So I would kind of guess that. But all right, guys, I think I'm going to get off. It was fun hanging out. I think I'm going to go try to get some stuff done. So thank you guys for hanging out. Not too much going on in the update field today. I'm gonna keep working on that mini truck. It's, as you can see, it's pretty close to being ready. So I'll try to get that out soonish. I still need to do a the workshop page and all that, which takes some time. Just read the rest of the chat and then get getting. Yeah, I thought the C1 was a 4-speed. Yeah, they love putting those 4 speeds and everything, and they were really horrific. Yeah, it sounds like a lawnmower, and it's just, yeah, they need to do an engine pass. They know that people hate the sounds. And really, I understand as a business, they need to worry about, they can't just go online. And even if it says royalty free sounds, they can't put that in because if something changes, they could get sued or they could owe them a ton of royalties and that could sink them overnight. And so they need to have that quote unquote sound engineer come in. But what I think they need to do is be like, dude, people are not happy with the sounds you put in last time. Could you please go through and do these sounds? And again, what they should do is say, hey guys, this week's update is going to be a new sound pass. What we'd like you to do is we want your feedback for next week. And if you guys like the new sounds, we'll keep them. If you don't, we'll work on the sounds some more. That's what they should do. That would be good community engagement. That would not everybody's going to like it, but once they get enough people saying, oh yeah, the new sounds are so much better. Oh yeah, the new sounds are so much better. Oh yeah, I love the new sounds. I can say, hey, we're not changing them again. People had a positive view and somebody's like, I hate them. Well, hey, you may hate them, but a lot of other people like them. That covers their ass. And so I wish they would do that. Oh yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I saw you were updating it. I didn't see it was out. I'll have to check that out. Is that the sand flea? Let's see. Where did you put it? In Creation Showcase? Oh, yeah. Yep. Sand flea. I really like the sand flea. The sand flea was fun. I like that a lot. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I see the link there. I saw it as the thumbnail. I didn't see the share link. Let me grab it. Is it gonna? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm subscribed to it. I'll check it out later. That was I liked that sand flea. It was fun. It was one of the more like you have some like super duper realistic builds, and then you have some that are a little bit more like far field and fun. And I thought that was that, and that was a lot of fun. I like getting into some of those. Like I remember in the amphibious aircraft challenge, like the one that was like super huge and yellow. Like that was super duper like cartoon and fun, and it was just like I tend to like realistic stuff, but I like some of the cartoony stuff too. I'm just gonna finish up chat, guys, and then I'm gonna get going here. Yeah, definitely sound trials. They need a lesson in cover your ass. They really do. This, like I said, hey guys, we're gonna update the game this week. We'd love your feedback throughout the week and next week. We only want it in the bug tracker, so put it there. That's the only place we're checking. And say, here are some new sounds. Tell us what you think. Do you prefer the original sounds, the second sounds, or these sounds? Let us know. Put a friggin' poll up. And then guess what? At the end, you have a poll that says, and it doesn't matter. People did this thing when they did what features you want in the game. They were like, oh, all the kids came on and put in weapons deals. Well, guess what? You had an opportunity to vote and you didn't vote. Well, guess what? If you don't vote, you can complain, but your complaint has very little validity. If you vote, you can complain, as far as I'm concerned. So if they put up a poll and say, hey, which sounds do you like better, 1, 2, or 3, and they get a bunch of people that say 3, guess what? Now you don't ever have to touch them again if unless people start really complaining a lot again. And that's what they should do. Cover your ass. They do no cover your ass. They're trying. You can see them try and do some cover your ass, but they don't do enough. Yeah, steam pistons with no sound. Steam pistons with sound would be kind of cool, kind of like the old Titanic, like dunk, junk, dunk, junk. Like a little bit of hissing would be kind of cool. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it there. It was good seeing you guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.